For decades, Americans were lied to about their health.
Get Kellogg's new Sugar Smacks.
Behind closed doors, special interests thrive.
It's a better cigarette.
While the health of our nation collapsed.
There is grim news today about the state of America's health.
76.4% of Americans now have a chronic disease.
Rates of obesity have continued to rise over the last few decades.
8 out of 10. Of our kids cannot qualify for military service. This is a national security issue.
A new study shows thyroid cancer and kidney cancer are on the rise among American children.
When my uncle was president, we spent zero on chronic disease. Today, we spend $1.3 trillion.
Autism rates have hit a record high, according to new CDC data released this week.
Chronic disease ran rampant. Our children's health was put at risk, and Washington stood by and watched.
Senator, you presided here, I think, for 32 years. You presided over the destruction of the health of the American people.
Well,
Our people are now the sickest people in the world.
Seriously.
Because you have not done your job.
But the American people demanded change. They voted to take back their health.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., we're joining forces to defeat government corruption, restore free speech, and make America healthy again. We're going to make America healthy again, you know?
Under President Trump and Secretary Kennedy's leadership, the movement to make America healthy again has begun. And made historic progress. At the Department of Health and Human Services, the greatest minds have come together to end regulatory capture and fix what Washington broke, but most importantly, to end the chronic disease epidemic. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya at NIH, Dr. Marty McCary at FDA, Dr. Mehmet Oz at CMS, and Secretary Kennedy leading the charge at HHS. Together, this all-star team is rebuilding America's health with historic wins. We're stopping the use of taxpayer dollars to buy junk food that makes Americans sick. Nearly 100 MAHA bills have been passed in states across the country. We're ending the loophole that lets untested chemicals sneak into your food. We're restoring mothers' trust by removing heavy metals from baby formula. We're bringing honesty back to vaccine safety. No politics, no profits, no mandates, just transparency, informed patient consent, and real gold standard science. We're investigating the root causes of autism, delivering answers to the families the government has long avoided. We're rewriting America's dietary guidelines to put health, not industry, first. We're cleaning up America's food. No more toxic dyes, only safe, natural ingredients. We're restoring honesty in drug ads so Americans get facts, not Big Pharma's deceptive spin. We launched a new transparency tool to restore integrity and trust back to the organ procurement and transplantation network. Under President Trump's direction, we're using data and AI to fast-track diagnostics, treatments, and cures for pediatric cancer, because every child deserves a chance to grow up. MAHA isn't about party lines and politics. It's about the health of our nation, our children, and our future. So join us. Take back your health, and together, we can make America healthy again.
Should we start? Yeah. Okay.
What's your name?
Marisol. Marisol.
You're really good at this. Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and we are here celebrating World Down Syndrome Day. This is Marisol. Right, Marisol? Yeah. Looking at some of these children is something that they have, which means it's something that they can all teach to us. That the wonder in their lives, the sense of happiness, the irrepressible sense of gratitude. And these are all things that God wants for all of us.
This has been an inspiring day to see these families, to see these kids. This is a community that I think is a bright spot in American healthcare, because not only have we seen folks rally around this community to support them, we've seen resilient families, we've seen research for Down syndrome spawn off research discoveries in other areas such as leukemia and neurodegenerative disorders.
This means so much as a father of the boy with Down syndrome. I really feel like I'm the luckiest man in the world. I get to come home every day and have Gabriel, talk about his day and just is joyful about just the smallest things, the simplest things.
I'm so grateful that these parents every year bring these children back here, because I get to spend time with them and I get to learn from them and I get to readjust my attitude and understand that we all have dignity, we all have value, and that we all have something to contribute to each other.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, this is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. I'm here with our great Secretary of Health and Human Services, Bobby Kennedy Jr. We just had a really big announcement. A lot of Americans concerned about microplastics across this country. And at EPA today, we added microplastics, as well as pharmaceuticals and other things, to the contaminant candidate list. It's called CCL6. This is a big deal, big announcement. Millions of Americans have been called for it. And now Secretary Kennedy has a big announcement as well.
In addition to naming microplastics on the candidate contaminant list, we're also announcing a program to spend $144 million at ARPA-H to map the behavior and the fate of microplastics in the human body. We know microplastics are dangerous. These substances are impacting our children even before birth. We know that they cause oxidative stress, they cause inflammation, they cause endocrine disruptors, they interfere with sexual development in the fertility system. They cause neurological injury and cardiovascular injury. The problem is there are thousands of different types of ingredients and compounds in those microplastics. Some of them are inert, some of them are very, very dangerous. And this study, this project is now going to allow us to map the fate of those microplastics in the human body, to figure out which ones are harmful, to stratify those risks, and finally to regulate them. We can't regulate what we don't understand. And this is going to give us the understanding so that we can regulate them.
President Trump created the Make America Healthy Again Commission, made Secretary Kennedy our chair. It's been an honor to serve as part of this great group. And here we are today, pursuing gold standard science and delivering a Make America Healthy Again agenda. And I'm so grateful Secretary Kennedy came to my office saying, we have to talk microplastics. And here we are for a big announcement today at EPA headquarters.
And we're both very grateful to President Trump for his leadership.
Are we ready? We're excited to get our program started and celebrate World Autism Awareness Day.
Children are a blessing to their families. families, and children with autism are no different. They bring resilience, joy, and a sense of purpose to most families. It's also true that raising a child with autism and being a person with autism comes with a lot of challenges. Despite its prevalence, families often feel that they carry the weight alone. And let me assure you that with this administration, you do not. My commitment to you is that we will do nothing about you without you. Within the past year, we launched a bold effort to better understand autism, its causes, its treatments, and how we help every individual flourish. You are citizens with rights, with talents, and with a future that this government has a responsibility to support. Thank you all very much.
It's so heartening and inspiring that Secretary Kennedy and President Trump have both made autism a priority and really recognize the needs of autism families across the spectrum.
1, 2, 3.
World Autism Day!
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. We just had the enormous pleasure of meeting with medical students from all across the country about the importance of nutrition education in medical school.
I was always kind of perplexed on how little we learned about nutrition.
Getting more nutrition on the exams would be a huge help in that regard.
If doctors don't hear this in medical school, then we will never actually think it matters, right? Because how important could nutrition be if no one bothers even teaching it to us?
Medical student gets only 2 hours per year. Some of them get much less than that. And what we've recommended, what many of the universities have now agreed to, is to do 40 hours total of nutrition training.
What are we going to do to change? I'm Dr. Stephanie Herodopoulos, a family medicine physician. This is going to start a whole conversation of thinking upstream in preventative medicine to address the root causes of diet-associated metabolic disease.
I applaud this effort, the collaboration between the government and medical schools. It's great.
I'm Dr. Travis Smith. We had the pleasure of meeting with a bunch of great medical students and residents. We're looking forward to working with them more and the accreditors and making this push of nutrition throughout the medical education continuum a reality.
And if we want to talk about addressing the whole person, the holistic health, restoring America, making America healthy again, we got to start by introducing diet.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Breaking news. A safety and quality special alert was just issued by CMS under the guidance of Secretary Kennedy. We are asking all hospitals in the country to use the dietary guidelines that were put in place in January by Health and Human Services, the United States Department of Agriculture, to get those foods onto the tables where patients can eat them in their rooms. We know this is an effective program. It's already been started in other parts of Florida. It's wonderful to be able to extend it today to Miami.
Yeah, and this is something that the hospitals actually like. We've spoken to them. It gives them the ability to change the food in their systems. A high quality, healthy food that's going to keep patients healthy. Hospital food is notoriously appalling. And the question is, why are we giving bad food to patients who are trying to recover? These kind of foods destroy the metabolic system. They interfere with the microbiome. They cause inflammation. And we know that they prolong recovery and they increase the rate of readmissions to the hospital. They're not making patients well. I'm very, very grateful to the Commissioner of Agriculture, Wilton Simpson, and also to Matthew Love, who's the CEO of Nicholas Children's Hospital here in Miami, who is leading the nation on converting this hospital to not only good food and real food, but also locally based food.
Well, thank you. And we are here at Nicholas. We are proud to be the first hospital to sign this pledge to bring healthy foods back into hospitals. Healthy food to healthy kids.
In Florida, we're ready to roll up our sleeves and really push this through our healthcare system, which we have gotten great response from.
And we all need to start recognizing that food is a medical tool. When we give people good food, they get better faster. Good, nutrient-dense food that is going to help make patients healthier and help make America healthy again.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
For decades now, Americans have been told that we should trust the system, but our children are sicker, chronic disease is exploding, and the answers that we've been given aren't working. Many of us have come to the conclusion that government actually lies to us. I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. This podcast is about telling the truth, especially when it's uncomfortable. I'm going to have fearless conversations with critical thinkers, including independent doctors, respected scientists, and leaders in medical innovation and research. I'm going to ask the questions and lift the taboos and expose the hypocrisy and the conflicts and the corruption. We're going to follow the evidence wherever it leads. And we're going to name the names of the forces that obstruct the paths to public health. This isn't going to be about politics. It's about our families, it's about our children, and it's about confronting the spiritual malaise and embracing the truth. If we want a healthy nation, we have to confront the lies that have made us spiritually, morally, and physically sick. The time for half measures is now over. We're launching a new era of radical transparency in government here at HHS. I hope you'll join us in our mission to make America healthy again.
We talk about food being expensive. If you're buying expensive food, it's expensive. But if you're buying food and you know what to do with it, it's not expensive.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. Welcome to the Secretary Kennedy podcast. And the purpose of this podcast is to talk about how we're going to move from policy on paper to reality, to implementing these revolutionary policies from the Trump administration that are going to end the chronic disease epidemic and that are going to change the experience that Americans have with our healthcare system and make it much better, improve the quality of healthcare, make it affordable. But also the subject that we're talking today is to improve our food supply. How do we go from eating 70% processed foods to eating all whole foods, foods that are actually going to keep us healthy? The processed foods are making us sick. We now have the highest chronic disease burden in the entire world. And we've gone from spending zero on chronic disease when my uncle was president in 1960 to spending $4.3 trillion a year. It's the biggest budget item in the federal government, and it's also the fastest growing cause. It's existential for our country. 77% of our kids can't qualify for military service, and that should get everybody's attention. But also, just the costs are ruinous. 40 cents out of every taxpayer dollar that we give to the federal government is going to treat diseases that are diet related. So we need to change our diet or we're going to lose our country. And I have here today a man, Robert Irvine, who's going to tell us how to do this, who's actually doing this. This is the man who's making my dream come true. As you know, Brooke Rollins and I, the USDA secretary, the greatest USDA secretary we've had in history, released a couple of weeks ago new dietary guidelines. And those dietary guidelines go from the old guidelines, which were driven by the mercantile interests of large food industry corporations, that it captured FDA and captured USDA, and were giving us food-like substance. This is the mercantile impulses that drove Fruit Loops to the top of the food pyramid. So that's not even a food. It's a food-like substance, and that's what the government was lying to us for 50 years, telling us these things were good to eat. We took whole milk away from 2 generations of kids and starved their brains and starved their immune systems and their metabolic energies and did so much damage. And now we have a chance to reverse that. The dietary guidelines will drive changes in American food culture. One of the reasons for that is that the U.S. government subsidizes huge numbers of meals every day, $405 million a day from the USDA alone. the Fund Head Start, the Indian Health Services, the prison meals, the school lunches, WICs, and all these other meal systems. And then we have the VA and the military. And the big question that people have is, are we going to be able to provide high quality food at a low enough cost that people can afford it? And that answer is being provided us right now at Fort Hood in Texas in a new military program designed by television chef Robert Irvine. And Robert, I'm not going to introduce you. I'm going to let you introduce yourself. And let me just, you started out as a Navy cook.
Yes, sir.
In the British Navy on the Britannica.
Royal Britannia, yes.
And so tell us what you learned on that.
So I started at a young age, just a young cook. I joined the military at the age of 15 and a half years old. Signed up for 15 and a half, joined at 16, went to a warship, did my training, ended up on the Royal Yacht Britannia, traveled with the royal family for a while, and realized that actually not on the Royal Yacht, but on a warship, realized what food actually did. We didn't have females in the Navy then. It was just males. 240 men on a warship heading to the Falklands during the war. How do we feed them? What do we feed them? And how do we keep them healthy and morale? And I used to make baked goods, funny pies and cakes and whatnot in the afternoon and sandwiches. And the Navy adopted that as a tradition, and it still happens to this day. But that's how I started my career in the Navy as a young cook. When I got out of the Navy, I was more interested. The food was so bad in the British Royal Navy. Then I came to the States. I ended up actually working at the White House a couple of days of work. I was working with President Trump at his casinos. 2 days of work a week I would work in the White House, teaching the Navy cooks how to cook. The old days, people didn't care about what they were putting in their bodies. And first of all, I want to go back a little bit and say thank you for you, Secretary Rawlins, for changing the dynamics of feeding, because the country is in such a state. You said 77% of young children or young adults are not applicable for military service, which is actually true. We extended the training to lose 10 pounds off those people, which is $100,000 a piece. So by
What do you
fixing,
mean it's $100,000 savings a piece?
no, it costs more to lose 10 pounds of weight because there's a remedial class, meaning when you can't make the physical fitness requirement, we put you into a class till you can. And it's the same with the academic requirements. So by fixing, and this is a holistic approach of what you're trying to do, and I love it because I've been trying to do this in the military for 14 years. We first started looking at, with the military specifically, how do we buy the food? What food are we buying? Who's cooking it? Who's serving it? How are we serving it? Who's eating it? In a whole holistic circle. And then we go into say, okay, well, the manufacturers are producing, and I give you an example, a centerpiece cut of salmon for $6 a pound, as opposed to a frozen tail end of salmon at $9.75 a pound. So why are we not using fresh food? We're buying frozen. So my whole approach with Fort Hood, which you just mentioned there, thanks to Chris Mohan and the Chief Randy George of the Army, Secretary Driscoll, and
Pete Hexas.
Absolutely, I was getting to that, and you beat me to it. But thanks to them, they're changing the way we do business. They're allowing us to look at what industry is doing outside that we've never done since 1930s in the military. We look at a bottle of water. What does it cost us here? Why are we selling it? And what does it cost us over here? And the difference between buying it in Alabama and buying it in Kentucky is it's the same water, but it's 10 cents more over here. So the first thing I look at when they asked me to help through my foundation, Robert Irvine Foundation, helped the military modernize their feeding system. So I took them to universities, took them to colleges. Columbia University in New York City, I took them there. There's no refrigeration in Columbia University, a few open and closed, but no big walk-ins. And yet they're feeding 10 to 12 to 20,000 people a day. Food comes in at 2 o'clock in the morning. It gets prepped fresh. It gets served. And they have a 96% retention rate in New York City where you can get any food at any point at any time within 2-mile radius. Why is that? The food is fresh, it's healthy, you see it, it's prepared, it looks sexy because food has to look sexy to be able to eat it. And they know it's prepared fresh every day. That's why they're successful. And I took the same approach when I took leadership to there. I said, look, we can do this. It's not about money. And people raise this thing, and I get really upset when they say, oh, we need more money. We need more money. We need more money. You don't. We need to buy correctly. We need to look at what we're purchasing, where it's coming from, the farmer, what the excess product is, all those things that I look at and say, okay, here's a menu. It's healthy. There's no processed foods in it. You're going to sleep better. You're going to get better nutrients. You're going to feel better. And if I took blood, and I know you work out, but if I took blood at you today and then put you on a healthier, not you need healthier diet, but a different diet, and took your blood 90 days from now, I can guarantee you will be a better, more resilient human being. You will sleep better and you will live longer. And that's the problem with our food service. And we go back to the manufacturers, right? Those greedy people that have taken all the money and put dyes and all those things in food. And that's not everybody, but it's a lot of people. We have to stop that. Noodles. Look at what Korea and Japan and
Indonesia.
And Asia in general, their noodles don't have 1,000 milligrams of sodium in. Why do ours? We spend X amount of billions on 1.4 million active duty men and women because we make them sick with the food we serve them. And then we go on the other end. So if a 19-year-old comes in the military and we cut their hair, we teach them how to march, we give them food, 10 weeks later they're a soldier, they serve 20 years, then the VA has to pick up the rest of that in the next 20 years of life because we've poisoned them with sugar, salt, colors, dyes, and all the other things. We can do better than that. We can go to the manufacturers and we can say, we want this amount of sodium in this, and this is what we're going to pay for it. We should not be listening to those people telling us what, as the largest purchaser of food in the world, what we should be paying for it. I did it when I was working at the casinos. I went and bought, 50,000 pounds of beef, shrimp, and I said, okay, I don't care whether it's ground beef, whether it's sirloin, whether it's filet. This is the price per pound, and this is what we're going to do with it. But it's an education of not only the purchasing piece, then how do we cook it? What do we do with it when we have it? And we know our country is made up of many nationalities. I'm British. We grew up on fish and chips and stinky pie. I don't want to live and eat that. That's how I grew up. But if we give you the means of education to be able to cook that, whether you're from Puerto Rico, whether you're from England, from Somalia, from wherever, right? We give you the information to be able to cook this and buy it at a cheap cost. There is no reason that our health of this nation doesn't get better. None at all. And it's not through money. It's going to the suppliers. It's going to demand that we don't want 1,000 milligrams of sodium in that noodle. We want 200 milligrams of sodium because the FDA says this is what we need a day. And you're doing that right now. That's what's changing the world. And it's took me 14 or 15 years to be able to get those changes. I needed you 15 years ago. Where were you 15 years ago? So come on. I mean, but now we start to see that people want it. They just don't know how to do it. And I think with you and Secretary Rawlings and the whole team putting it in front of faces and the Super Bowl ad, where it's really in people's faces, and you've got to meet them where they are because not everybody can afford this and this and this. But if we go to those manufacturers and we know what they're providing and we know what it costs them and we know what they're making, we can demand, and I use that word very strongly, we demand what we want to feed our country on.
You mentioned Columbia University, and Columbia had an interesting story because it was throwing out most of its food. It was serving really bad food, really sort of cafeteria food. It was it had only 2,000 people using the using its food services. And a lot of them weren't even showing up.
Yep.
And now it has, as you say, somewhere around 10,000 people because they switch the food, which is they're not paying more for it. And it's high quality food. I saw pictures of their cafeteria. The food looks just incredible, and the students are flocking to it. And that was one of the templates you use for showing the military what could happen.
We use less money for better food to get a more nutritious meal into somebody than any college out there right now.
This is at Fort Hood.
Right now, Fort Hood, we've got Fort Leo,
Fort Hood,
we've
which
got
is one
Fort
of the biggest
Jackson.
bases in the country.
We're doing it right now, so we know
You're doing it
will.
there at 5 bases altogether,
Yes,
and
we-
you're
we've
about to
got-
expand to 20 bases.
So we've got that will extend in March. I think we'll name the next 20 at the end of March at AUSA Global. But right now it's 5 bases, and we started at Fort Jackson, and nobody was pushing for it. I asked the commanding general, General Kelly. He gave me $1.4 million to show that I could do it. In 4 months, we'd already proved it. The usage was more, everything was made fresh, daily, healthy. Chicken salad was real chicken, not 1,000 milligrams of sodium. We made the food, and there was lines out the door. So we know there's no adage. If you build it, they will come. Food is sexy. We need it whether we like it or not. We got to eat.
And before you came along, the food was so unpopular in those military cafeterias that a lot of the soldiers were buying fast food, which is insanely expensive. I think it's $9 or $10 now just for a Big Mac meal. They were using up their paycheck, and they were throwing away the food in the military cafeteria. And what's happening now?
Yeah. So if you think that the old style of military cooking was, we know there's 13 million meals over a week. We know that there's 2,000 soldiers at lunch, 3,000 at dinner, breakfast, whatever. So we would cook the food, put it into these big hot boxes. Nobody would come in. We'd take the allowance from their money. They would go to the APs, buy something, and we would throw all this food away. And it's still happening today. We're changing that. The biggest problem with schools, with military, it's the same thing. How do we buy it? How do we train them to cook it? How do we educate them how to eat it? And what's good for them? And not waste it, because we're wasting more food than we should be cooking like we do in a restaurant. When you go to a restaurant, I don't give you a meal that's cooked for 8 hours in advance in a hot box. You order it, I cook it, you eat it, and hopefully you like it, and you come back next time. Well, that's how we should be doing this with school feeding, with prison feeding, with military feeding, and the 5 bases that we're testing with the military, I believe are going to go off the charts, and you'll see the savings in waste and food purchasing, how we're buying the food. And that's a big aspect of, I can create a menu, but nobody wants, a 24-ounce steak on a menu. We can't afford that. We get $15 here, $17 there, $5 over it. We can put a meal for a soldier for $5 to $7, depending on what you're eating, right? And yet we're getting $15 or $17. So don't tell me there's not enough money. There's plenty of money. It's how we purchase. And I have this fight inwardly because I'm a chef by trade, and I want the best of the best. When you come to my restaurant, the president comes, or whoever comes to the restaurant, I want you to get the best possible. But I don't want you to pay through the nose for it. It's the same when I purchase. I want to purchase stuff and say, okay, this is the best I can possibly do. I'm going to do the least to it. I'm going to season it very lightly with something, use some fresh herbs. I'm going to put it there, and I'm going to serve it to you. And to me, that's not difficult. That's what chefs do. But we've complicated the system that people, and the biggest argument, and I've heard it for the last 14, 15 years, we need more money. We need more money. We need more money. You don't need more money. You need to be smarter in the purchasing. You need smarter in the menu, smarter in nutritionals. Just like Japan, Korea, when you go for a meal as a child in Japan, Korea, or Asia, it's an experience. With the military, my biggest fear is we build these houses and then we put a kitchen and then these kids go and sit in their rooms and eat on their own, and that suicide rates go through. Dining is supposed to be an experience with kids, and it's communal, it's mindful, and we don't have that. We've lost that. There used to be, when I grew up, Sunday lunch. It was everybody around the table eating, no phones away, and eat and talk. And we've lost that in society. And food is the only way to move it. We talk about food being expensive. If you're buying expensive food, it's expensive. But if you're buying food and you know what to do with it, it's not expensive. Look how much chicken is thrown away from manufacturers, and I used this a second ago. When you think about chicken wings used to be, cat food, dog food, throwaway food. Now it's more expensive than a chicken breast. So why are we not using dark meat? Why are we not helping people understand those cheaper cuts of meat or cheaper vegetables and finding what is being tilled? And if you look at our throwaway rate from farmers, bless them, and we're trying to figure that out and subsidize them, why they're growing it and then we till it because we can't use it. There is enough technology in this world to redirect that food to where it needs to go without being ultra processed.
You mentioned Japan and Indonesia. In Japan, they feed 10 million kids a day, school lunches. They pay between $1.70 and $2.50. And they have a lot harder time getting food than we do. We're the breadbasket of the world. And they make it, as you say, they make it a culinary experience. They teach culinary skills to the kids. They teach good eating habits. They use the experience to teach character to their kids. They have the lowest obesity rate in the developed world. And then Indonesia does the same thing. They feed 80 million kids and they're paying 60 cents a meal. Well, that's a developing country, but we ought to at least be able to match what Japan is doing. Japan, grows almost nothing in Japan.
Think about that. 60 cents. Scale. You just mentioned the scale. When we buy at scale, it shouldn't be more expensive. It should be cheaper.
What is your experience with the Defense Logistics Agency?
It's, for me, I have a hard time, and I do.
Because they actually pay more for the food. They're buying at scale.
I have a hard time, sir, because what makes America great, or had made America great, was challenges, right? Was you're selling for this and I'm selling for this. Economies of scale. If I'm buying this much, I'm going to buy it from you. We've lost that because now I'm the only one that's got it, and you're going to pay me whatever I ask for it. How am I supposed to be able to do that? And we can, by the way, but we've got to hold. I go in, and I've just done it with the military. And by the way, the military is a group of people. I'm just the independent, non-paid guy my foundation is got a service agreement with them. And I just go in there and say, okay, give me the information. Let me dissect the information. Why am I paying this? Well, because we've got to come through this. And I said, well, why? Why can't I go over here and buy it? It's cheaper and it's better quality. Well, because we've been doing this for 36,000 years. That's what we want. I'm like, well, sir, can I get an exception to policy for this? We're going to test. I want to prove to you we can save money getting better product, a better end product for the end user, make a more nutritious meal. And by the way, sir, Merry Christmas. There's $1 billion I just saved you. Isn't that a win-win for everybody?
We skipped over big gaps in your curriculum vitae, which I think are relevant to this discussion because you were a television chef after your military experience. You were a television chef, and then you specialized in turnarounds at restaurants. I would talk about that, about your experience as a television chef, because you had a couple of shows.
Yes, yeah. Restaurant Impossible was really important because I'd get about 3,000 to 4,000 emails a week from restaurants saying, how do we fix this? And eventually we made a TV show, Restaurant Impossible. We did 300 plus episodes, anywhere from people being 300,000 to 1,000,001 in debt. And now I have guys that were $1 million in debt, making $3.5 million in profit, and so on. And it's really about the education. We put on the military, and I use that because it could be a prison, it could be a school. We put on these menus what we think these kids are going to eat. And we prepare it poorly, we buy it poorly. And I'm not saying every place, right? Because you can't broad stroke everybody the same thing. But we don't do it well. And then these kids take all their money and they go to the snack counter and they buy all this junk. And then we expect them to be healthy. It's just like a soldier. If I don't give him an opportunity to eat somewhere for breakfast and he's flying a $180 million drone and falls asleep because he didn't have a $5 breakfast, whose fault is that? Mine or his? It's mine as a military, because I didn't give him options. And I think that's the problem. It starts with purchasing, and it's the same with the restaurant. So I look at, when I walk in, what was your original idea? Oh, you wanted a Mexican restaurant, but you're on an Indian reservation. How does that work, right? So the original idea, what are you making? Where are you buying? What's your cost of goods? Your labor thrown on top of that? What's your percentage of profit on top of that? And how are your sales? And by the way, don't bring your family into this, because you never work with family. It's not a good idea. You fire your family. You don't pay them. So I look at that the same way in big business, whether you're Walmart, whether you're American Airlines, whether you're Comcast NBC, whether the Army, whether it's the same process as a TV show. It's fact finding, it's sorting through all the garbage, and then saying, hey, here's the plan of action, but this is what it takes to get it done. It may need an exception to policy. It may need a change of policy. It may need but the minute that's done, this is what it's going to free up. And this is how it's going to give you a better quality product. And by the way, look at your checkbook and your balance in your bank account at the end of the month. It's going to be there. Why? Because I've saved on waste, I've saved on purchasing, and I've put more people through the door. The more people, word of mouth, and it's like me saying, the old tale of the fish. Oh, I caught a fish this week. It was this big. By the time it gets to you 3 times later, it was this big. So word of mouth on something good is like wildfire. And the more you tell the story of success, the more people buy into it. Because it's education too. Because I grew up in England eating kidney pies. I didn't know about okra and avocados and, all the other stuff. Now I do, obviously. So it's about education, purchasing correctly, cooking correctly, but also understanding the audience. You've got to understand who's coming to your restaurant, who's coming to your business. And that's what the TV show was. And I took that, I wrote a book about how to be successful and build teams and catapult to success. And I do that with my life's passion is just like you, is I want to leave this earth better than when I came to it. I want to know that the kids after me are getting great food. The military that we're asking to do great things every day, these athletes are getting the right nutrition. And don't tell me it's going to cost more money. Just tell me, give me the details, let me figure it out, and let me show you how to do it. Because those naysayers, and there are a lot of them, I want to know that when I go to a supplier that I can get this water and you've been buying it because we're friends, you've been buying it for $2.12. I'm now getting it for 99 cents. And the extra dollar is going into that food. It's going back in. I'm not taking it away. And I think that's the difference between Asia and us. It's an experience. It's cultural. It's health-based, nutrition-based, but it's also mental health that goes along with it.
What should a military meal cost?
Well,
And what
I
does
think
it cost?
a breakfast, lunch, and dinner, I can give you in a restaurant for anywhere from $10 to it costs me anywhere from 5 to 7 to do a great job. right?
So
Because
that's the ingredients, or is that ingredients and labor?
well, right now that's ingredients, right? But labor is very minimal based on depending on the menu style that you put in, right? So if I've got 20 items on a menu, there's more labor. But if I can take, and this is what I always think of with the military, if I can take a value-added product, for example, a sweet potato, I can have somebody make a sweet potato that's clean, just sweet potato, bake them, steam them, mash them, a little seasoning in a bag, boil it, serve it. The nutritional data on that is way better than me going and putting butter and adding and mixing and cinnamon and all that. If I can take a value-added product, it cuts my labor down. I'm not peeling potatoes. I'm not cooking it. I'm not mashing it. So there's a mix of both there. Taking the value-added products already been done, and marinated chicken that cost $2.12 a pound, as opposed to a chicken breast with 1,000 milligrams of sodium pump. And then a guy like me comes and does this, or a girl, and then we cook it, and then we wonder why the blood pressure is through the roof of these young people. There's ways around that. And so I can tell you that I can feed a soldier that's 25 years old under $10 for 3 meals and make it spectacular.
$10 for each meal?
For all meals for the day.
$10 for the day. And what?
And we get 17
military contracts that the Defense Logistics Agency is giving out. How much do they give the contractors per meal?
Well, so I think the average now, the Navy is $17, the Army is $15.82, I believe, something like that. And it changes based on the bases and volume and things. But anywhere from the contractors get paid between $15 and $18 to $20. So don't tell me you can't make
That's for 3 meals?
That's for 3 meals. So, is there a lot of room for improvement? Absolutely. But we've got to hold the manufacturers accountable. We've got to hold the retailers accountable. We've got to hold the stakeholders that are running these schools accountable.
It's about being smart, not having more money.
It's not about, you're exactly right. It's not about money, because if we're smart and we understand the economics of the products that we buy, say there's a 5 days of school and there's a 5-day menu, or a 12-day or 18, whichever it is, we know what that menu costs because we know what we're selling. It's like me in a restaurant. When you go into a restaurant and you order chicken a la king or chicken whatever, it comes off on a computer because the server's done it. I know exactly what we serve, so I know exactly the poundage of meat I use. I know what it's going to cost to produce that dish because it's analyzed. Every ounce, everything that goes into it. There's a recipe card. There's a standing operating procedure, how to cook it, how to serve it. It's second nature to me because I've been doing it so long. But when we put somebody in charge of something that we think knows, or has been doing it for years and never changed because they've never been trained to change, it will be like like the military from 1936. It will stay the same. Nothing will ever evolve.
And now, have you seen any measurable differences in morale or performance in the troops that you're?
Morale, number one, through the roof. Number two, usage of facility, line out the door, wrapped around. I get a data points every 15 minutes of the dining facility. I know exactly what's happening at any point in time. And that's what I said to secretaries and of war and whatnot. Look, I give you the data. I'll prove the data works. Just like the fitness and health. How do we the H2F movement now? We know that we've got 8% of less breakages and sprains and better service members because of that. We can do the same thing with food. Less waste, better human being, better sleep, better cognizant speed, recovery, decision making. All these things are tied to food, but we don't think of that. We think, families think that, we just eat food. Well, it's okay, great, we'll eat again 4 or 5 hours later. Or do they? Some people can't do that. So I think food has got a lot more. It's not just filling your belly and feeling good. It's about mental health. It's about relationships. It's about common sense. And again, I go back to the same thing you just said. It's not about money. It's about being smart and getting the data and understanding where that data comes from, be able to use it. When somebody says something, they say, no, 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 no. It's here. It's right in front of you. It's telling you. And that's why successful restaurants can tell you down to the ounce, the penny, the pound, the cent, exactly how they're making money. And it's no different. We're just bigger business. The government is a bigger business. It's got bigger expenditures. But it's the same thing. Holding people accountable for what they spend, what they buy, how they use it, to the point of we can tell you what the waste factor is at any given time and any given meal period in dollar and in poundage, which is next to zero, by the way. So it works. We know the system works. It's now getting people to change and hold them accountable to do it. And I think the change is the tough part. And I went through a lot of fights, and I'm okay with the fights. I'm a good fighter. But I know the information before I go into a fight because it's important.
You know what? One of our probably our gold standard objective, the holy grail of this is to get this kind of good food into our schools. One of the big impediments with that is a lot of the schools have shut down their cafeterias.
Yeah.
Oh, they're just giving the kids packaged food, which is the worst thing in the world for them. How do you have any ideas about how to overcome that?
Well, I think number one, each area is different, and I said this before. I feel that you've got to take, and each state is different. I don't know what the states are getting per money, different whatever, but the military's having the same problem with closing down. 2 days ago, Space Force Base closed down facilities. There's no eating facilities on the Space Force. Why? Well, because they couldn't get people to work there. The food was garbage. Nobody was using it. That's fixable. Find people that want to do the right thing, train them correctly, and that's what we do. When I take over for say, I go in, I train the people. Even if you've got the contract, I train you. You do it this way. There's no change of policy. This is what you're doing. And I can tell you, and I'm very proud to say this, after a year and 8 months of Fort Jackson, and I pop up there all the time just to see if they're on key. No changes in recipes, no changes in presentation, no changes in it. This is the way we taught you. This is the way it goes. That's the be all and end all. And I think that's what you have to do to reestablish standing operating procedures for schools. Just like, and I just watched a program in Korea 3 days ago about how they do it and how they hold people accountable and their sanitation records and the way they do it and the way the people and how happy the kids are. Happy kids go to school and become brighter people. Sorry, that's just science. That's not Robert Irvine, that's science. They're happier, they learn more. They don't fall asleep at 10 o'clock in the morning because they've had a Coke and a Snickers bar. So I think, is it possible? I'm going to do this. Sorry, guys. Yes, it is possible. Absolutely. But it takes getting the information and getting after it because people are always afraid of change. I'm not afraid of change. I'm not afraid of fights. You can fight me all day, but I'm going to come with data and you better be able to change the data. And if you tell me different data, well, this was yesterday at 4 o'clock. When was yours? 5 months ago? No. So I think it's a holistic approach of understanding the purchase power, the menu cycles, the people cooking it, the people going to eat it, and making it fun and enjoyable for the end user, meaning the child or the military person or the prisoner, because it's the same process. We're doing the same thing. It's food. It's not. I'm not Dr. Oz doing cardiac surgery. I'm putting food on a plate for people to eat and have fun and enjoy it and go away feeling better and sleeping well and less chronic disease. Let's talk about disease that we're creating in the food supply. So all those things come into better, wholesome food that we don't think about. You and I think about it, and your team thinks about it, but the general public don't. They just think, oh, we're going to eat this because it's there.
One of the craziest things is the junk that they serve in hospitals. I mean, do they do that in England? I can't believe they're doing better in England.
I could say and agree with you every 3 seconds because we're supposed to be getting healthy in hospitals. We're not getting healthy. They're serving. Again, I go back.
Oh, it's appalling, the stuff that they serve.
It's education. It's the same thing. The lowest common denominator. A chef's job used to be very prestigious. Now nobody wants to do it, and now we've got an answer for that. That's okay. But the ones that do, let's train them more. Let's buy the value-added products so we don't have to peel potatoes, and we do it, and we put nutritious. I don't have to cut fruit. I can buy fruit cut at a great price as opposed to cutting a melon myself because I don't have the time. There's no reason we can't make great menus for the same amount of money with less people, or if we have more people, then we do it by hand. But it's just, to me, it's a waste of an hour to peel melons when I can buy it cheaper. And again, it's the, is it labor or is it food cost? Is it labor, is it food? Is it labor, is it food? But there's no more money needed. It's just the adjustment of balance.
You were talking about good food makes happy kids. And one of the things that we talk about here a lot is the link between good diet and mental health, because everybody knows it affects physical health. There's also 75 years of peer review now that link it directly to, bad food, ultra-processed food, to conditions like ADHD, to bipolar disorder, schizophrenia. There's a professor at Harvard, Christopher Palmer, who is dramatically reducing the symptoms of schizophrenia using ketogenic diets. You can go on the internet and look up all these studies on these experiments, these controlled experiments that they do in prisons, where they switch the diet maybe in one wing of the facility and they leave the diet in the other, and the level of violence goes down 40 to 50%. The use of restraints in juvenile detention facilities goes down to 75%. The disciplinary problems, all of those things.
And you see that a lot with post-traumatic stress. So food is linked to post-traumatic stress. They've proven that on study after study. You hear about somebody popping a balloon and somebody jumping because of whatever. It's the same if you put mashed potatoes or bacon or something. All these things that you're talking about, they are. Food is related to most of those, and aggression and starvation and meal periods. The body is not designed to eat 3 meals a day. It's just not. So if you have breakfast at 6 o'clock and you don't eat till 12 and you don't eat till 6 again, the body is designed to eat every 3 hours, something small. I'm not talking about a 28-hour steak at 9 o'clock at night, but it's designed to continually graze over a period of time to keep you at a level of alertness. We don't do that. We've grown up on this system of 3 meals a day, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And what I've said in the military side is, that's not good enough. It's not good enough when we're asking these people to do what we're asking them to do. They should be able to get a midday snack. They must be able to get a midnight snack at any point in time. And that's what we're doing. We're putting food trucks. We're putting 24-hour grab and goes, as well as, so when the big dining facilities close, there are locations to get food. They don't have to go and get a Big Mac or a Dorito or a whatever. And I think it's the same. Kids' attention spans, and if you go 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock and I'm not at breakfast, and I did this, I watched kids during a TV show I did in DC where the kids' breakfast was Coke and a Snickers bar, and I took the crew breakfast, my own crew. I said, you're not eating, the kids are going to eat. And we did that for a week while we filmed this TV show. The difference in the kids was completely different. Eggs. I mean, eggs, nothing. But we've got to do better, and it's and again, I give you kudos and the team kudos for the Super Bowl piece, simply because it's the most watched TV show on the planet, right? And you're talking about real food. Now it's got to get sexy again. Now we got to put that message out, get the information, and then start to do it. Not just dribble. I went full force with the Army. I know, look, I'm going to upset some people. As long as you got my back.
Got it.
Right? I got
HHS is behind you.
I got you. I'll do it. I'll do the work. But I need an aircraft over me to say, when I hit the wall, you got to come in and smooth me up. And that's exactly what they did. And I had these fights with data, and they couldn't argue the data. And we moved, I think, faster in the last year than 70 years prior. And we're actually making physical change. And the first one, as I said, opens Fort Hood. We did Fort Jackson as a test. And after my first 4 months, I'm like, we're not testing anymore. We don't need to test anymore. We know it. We know what to do. Now let's roll it out. And I think that's the exciting part. I've devoted my life to health, fitness, and the legacy of other people, because I believe that we can do better with food, with exercise, with kids, with prisoners, with military folks. I believe we can do better than what everybody else has done. Talking about make America healthy again. Slap it in the face and do it. Just like you're doing. Keep doing it and keep pushing it, because that is a legacy play way beyond my life, your life. Imagine the history books when somebody picks up a history books and says, this is what RFK did in this time, and it's 30 years later. That's the play when they talk about something being done. And that, to me, is the exciting part. It's not about Robert Irvine did this. It's look what a team of people that were like-minded got together and didn't talk about it. They actually did it.
One last question. You mentioned that you toured with the royal family.
Yes.
Did you ever meet Lord Mountbatten?
So it's funny. Lord Mountbatten, when I was a young sea cadet, so what you call ROTC here, when I was 11 years old, there was a competition called the Royal Navy Field Gun Competition. And basically what it was, in the Boer War, I know I'm dating myself here, but in the Boer War, they had a carriage that carried the
Gatling gun.
The missiles, the bullets, basically the big shells, sorry, and then the cannon, and it was drawn by horses. Well, Lord Mountbatten every year had a sea cadet at Rumsey House, had a competition to cross a river. So it was a 28-foot chasm. You put 2 telegraph poles up, one guy swings over, takes another one, puts it, and you have to move a ton of equipment over this river. And it's an event, and you can Google it, called Field Gun Competition at Earl's Court. It was done at Lord Rumsey, Earl Mountbatten's house, where Diana and Charles had their honeymoon. And I got to meet him there when I was a young man, not in the Navy, because he'd already passed. He'd been killed at that point. But I never forget.
He was killed on his yacht.
Yes, he was killed by the IRA. But yeah, those memories of my young childhood days in the military, again, that's what drives me now. The military for me is get it done. Stop talking about it. Here's the plan. Go and do it. And I think I've never lost that. From that young age of, I used to carry a 120-pound wheel at 16 years old I got to show you the video. It's funny. And then kind of hit a deck, roll it, go through a hole that's 6 inches wide, put a gun back there, then run and fire it. It's crazy. But that's how I met Lord Mountbatten many, many years ago.
Robert Irvine, thank you very much. Thanks for what you're doing for our country.
Well, I appreciate what you're doing. Keep doing it and keep shaking the tree.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary, and I'm here today in Peoria, Arizona, right outside of Phoenix, with Tim Westbrook, who is the CEO of Camelback Recovery Center. I wanted to come out here and see Camelback because it is now based model, and that's the model that we think that we should have all over the country. And this is a model that incentivizes rehabs and other institutions to actually get people well, rather than just checking a box, ordering tests, going through the process, and then releasing them to the outside world. One of the ways that they do this is by making sure that the addict is connected to sober housing. They have that opportunity after leaving here, that they have psychiatrists, that they have IOP, and those are all part of the treatment plan. So they're taking responsibility for that addict for at least 1 year. And once you get over that first year, your chance of relapse goes down exponentially.
First, I'm grateful and honored to have you here. Thank you so much for your time. We do offer the full continuum of care. We have 30 days of residential programming available, followed by PHP, followed by IOP. We also have sober living homes, and then we have an integrated health and wellness center. So we offer psych services, transcranial magnetic stimulation, medication management, and that's ongoing care indefinitely. And our program is 120 days of structured programming, followed by an alumni program. So as the secretary said, as long as someone finishes our program completely, from their last day of programming, they're guaranteed for a year. If they relapse within a year, we'll offer them 60 days of free treatment, no charge. And that's our commitment, because we're here to get people well. That's why I built this business. I've been sober 15 years, and the gift that I've been given is the gift of sobriety. I love my life today, and I just want to help as many people as I can.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. In January, President Trump signed an executive order launching the Great American Recovery Initiative to take on the root causes of our nation's health crisis. Last week, he took another decisive step, signing an executive order to accelerate the research, approval, and responsible access to breakthrough mental health treatments, including psychedelic therapies like Ibogaine, to deliver real solutions for Americans with serious mental illness, especially our veterans. Today, we are putting those orders into action. In November, ARPA-H, the innovative engine inside HHS, announced that it will invest more than $100 million to break through long-standing barriers in how we measure, diagnose, and treat mental illness through a bold new initiative called Evident, evidence-based validation and innovation for rapid therapeutics in behavioral health. Now, ARPA-H is awarding $139 million through Evident to fund top applicants and revolutionize how we treat mental health in this country. This investment comes at a critical moment. Nearly half of all Americans will face mental health or behavioral challenges in their lifetime. We now spend more than $140 billion a year on mental health care, more than $100 billion more than we did just 2 decades ago. Yet too often, we still cannot tell if a treatment is really working. Doctors are forced to rely on trial and error. Patients cycle from one prescription to the next, and for millions of Americans, those treatments never deliver relief. This is not acceptable, and we are going to change it. Evident will bring precision, speed, and accountability to mental health treatment. It will measure results in real time, identify how effective therapies work in the body, and match the right treatments to the right patients. It will generate the kind of rigorous data the FDA needs to move faster without compromising safety. This includes advancing new approaches, neurostimulation, digital therapeutics, and carefully administered psychedelic therapies, where early evidence show rapid, meaningful improvement for serious mental health illnesses like depression, addiction, and PTSD. Right now, too many of these treatments stall because we lack clear science-based standards. Evident will build those standards and move promising therapies out of the labs and into the clinics. We will give doctors better tools, give patients real answers, and deliver measurable results. With Evident, we're closing the gap between scientific promise and real world care and bringing effective treatment within reach for the Americans who need it most.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and today we're in Phoenix with the Tribal Council. And I was here at Gila River last year speaking to the same group, and I promised the Indian country that I was going to be the best HHS Secretary in history for Indian country. Since then, I've made more visits to reservations in Indian country than any other HHS secretary in history. Today, we announced a 9-point plan for what we're doing in Indian country. Most of it is already in place, and we are delivering unprecedented results. One of the things that I'm most proud of is our efforts to transfer the ownership under Part 638 of IHS managed hospitals and facilities to management under Indian sovereignty. It's the biggest transfer of a program in the history of the federal government. And these are facilities that are now being managed by Indians all over the country. Indians are doing much better at managing the facilities than we ever could. Our objective is to get as many as we can transformed to Indian ownership. And that's what Indians have always wanted, sovereignty. That's their agreement with the federal government. And as it turns out, they do it much better than we were doing it.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Hilaire. I'm the chairman of Lummi Nation. The federal government has a trust responsibility to Indian country. And just as you mentioned, we have a responsibility to our people, a responsibility to our home, a responsibility to everything that has been given to us by the Creator. And so we set out to do that work and fulfill our responsibility. And a big part of that is ensuring that the federal government gives us the assistance and the support needed for us to run those programs, to build the facilities that will meet the needs of our people, and so that we can continue to determine our own fate. So thank you so much.
And hello, Nugui too. My name is Tyson Johnston. I'm first council person at the Quinault Indian Nation in northwestern Washington state. Just really appreciate this opportunity to meet with our trustee and colleagues at HHS. Quinault Indian Nation, along with our relatives at Lummi Nation, are some of the first self-governance tribes in the country. We look forward to having the opportunity to continue to expand on those authorities and appreciate Secretary's leadership in bringing records amount of resources into Indian country, and as well as taking the time to go into the field and meet with our people on the ground. It really adds context, it shows the nuance, and it shows that true commitment that you've been able to embody in a way that we've not seen since we've partnered with HHS at the beginning of the self-governance era.
Thank you very much. Together, we're going to make Indian country healthy again.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I'm pleased to welcome Secretary Kennedy, co-chair of the Great American Recovery Initiative.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. 48 million Americans suffer from addiction, and almost half the people in our country have a family member whose addiction is impacting their lives. It's costing our country nearly $1 trillion a year. Addicts touch government interventions in many ways. In law enforcement, they go to detox programs, they go to a rehab, they go to the sober housing, and none of those systems is talking to each other. Too many clinicians are forced to make decisions without a complete picture.
The goal is to use technology to improve access, affordability, and outcomes in all care settings. My name is Tom Keene. I'm the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology. Under Secretary Kennedy's leadership, we are committed to making sure that all patient treatment records and all patient data move privately and securely so that patients can get the treatment that they need.
People do recover from this, and they lead very successful lives, and they all can look just like you and me. I'm Catherine Burgum, Senior White House Advisor for Addiction and Recovery and co-chair of the Great American Recovery Initiative. And this initiative is all about facing and treating addiction like a chronic disease. We're going to build a system across America that does not leave any Americans behind.
There's no MAHA without mental health. My name is Patrick Kennedy. I'm a person in long-term recovery. We need to appreciate all of the downstream costs of not treating this illness. And if we could get the full actuarial impact of this on our nation, it would justify a much bigger upfront investment to help prevent these addictions from beginning in the first place.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Let's welcome Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Thank you, the tribal leaders on my stack. It's good to see you all again. It's just over a year ago since we first met. At that time, I promised to make Indian country a priority. I've since come to Indian country now more than 4 times in 1 year than any HHS secretary in history. During my tribal engagements, I listened closely. I heard what works, and we were able to obtain an 11% increase across the board for IHS. I ask you every time I see you, I want to be the best IHS leader in history, but I can't succeed in doing that unless you bring me your ideas.
Looking at the importance and significance of HHS and how it plays a role in our tribal communities, I truly believe this is legacy work for you. We look forward to advanced conversations on how we can make America healthy again.
On behalf of the stack and our people at Lummi Nation, we want to thank you for your time and appreciate the good work and leadership.
We're looking forward to working with you to help achieve the goals that you set forward and the ones that will benefit us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks to all of you. It's great to see you again.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Real food's the only way to go. And that's real. That's the only way to go is real food. It's been evident, it's been proven to us what happened to people that eat rotten food. Their life expectation is not long at all.
Welcome back to the Secretary Kennedy podcast. Today, it's my great honor and pleasure to have one of my heroes, Mike Tyson, Iron Mike Tyson, one of the most fierce fighters and feared ring fighters in human history.
Thank you.
The undefeated heavyweight champion of the world, 44 KOs.
Undisputed.
But you know, I went on Mike's podcast, I don't know, a decade ago, and I knew that he was a pigeon fancier. And I had been raising, breeding, and raising Hungarian homing pigeons from when I was 7 years old. So it was a huge part of my life. And we ended up spending a lot of the podcast talking about that. And you told me at that time that one of your first fights was over pigeons.
My first fight. Actually, my first fight I ever had was over a pigeon.
Can you tell what happened?
Well, you know,
was this up in Catskill or in Brooklyn?
Brooklyn, New York. I was 10 years old. And I had a bunch of pigeons. My mother had a bunch of boyfriends, and her boyfriends gave me money, so I bought a bunch of pigeons. And I let one of my friends know, and he told some other guys, and they came over and they bullied me. They took one of my pigeons, and I was asking the guy, "Please give me my bird back." And he was calling me all nasty. And I'm giving you a bird. You want your bird back? And he ripped my bird's head off. And this guy was interested. He hit me. He poured the blood on me. Then hit me in the face with the dead pigeon. And one of my friends said, "Mike, you better fight him." And I was scared to death. I never fought nobody. He was older. So I fought, and I won. And ever since then, I fought every day. Every day I fought, yeah.
But, you know, when I heard you talking about the pigeons, because you were so fierce in the ring, but the gentleness and kindness and open heart comes out in your love for these animals.
Hey, listen, I had them so long, sometimes I forget why I love them so much. I just had them since I was 10 years old. Sometimes I forget. I don't know why I love them so much. I just love them. Anybody that has pigeons, I mean, anyone that has pigeons, they understand how I feel.
Yeah. And, you know, you've been through everything like me. You've been through ups and downs in your lives. And there must have been times in your life that you were just soul crushed.
Absolutely. But I had a mentor named Custody Amato. And he always instilled in me never to give up. Never. It's never, no matter what.
And so that's what kept
pretty
you
much
whole.
my attitude. Yeah. He gave me a lifestyle. He gave me discipline to be on diet, so I wouldn't have to be obese anymore. Really miss him.
Oh, you were obese when you were a kid?
Yeah. It was the way people used to pick on me all the time. Because I didn't have a lifestyle. I just ate food all day. You know, I come from a neighborhood where processed food is a delicacy. Ultra processed food is a delicacy.
Yeah. So everybody was eating it in your
Yeah.
neighborhood. And did your coach, did he get you off of that?
Well, he gave me a lifestyle to stay in shape. The consciousness, whatever vanity is to stay in shape.
And you seem like a guy sometimes that has a lot of anger, but you also seem to have a kind of peace with yourself.
Well, I do, but when I know I'm not at my best as far as my condition and weight, then I get angry at myself. You know, I mean, it may my wife may hear it, my kids may hear it, but yeah, I'm very conscious about my appearance now.
And we have your beautiful wife here, Kiki.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
And she seems like a very peaceful person.
Yes. Her herself, she went through a transformation so she's in great shape.
Tell us about your sister. You shared that on that ad. This really heartbreaking story.
Yeah, it was, but the lesson, I learned a lot from it. You know, she was my sister, my best friend, but she didn't have a lifestyle. She didn't know about processed food, because that's all we ate was processed food, because we didn't have no money to buy food. We're the kind of family that knock on the neighbor's door. You have any food? Crazy. Mom's starting to bother me now. But that was my lifestyle.
And and your struggle with weight and that struggle to overcome the tragedy.
People always tease me about my weight, and it was always like that. But like I said, for my manager, Cosamada gave me a lifestyle, and I have a relationship with food. Sometimes it gets kind of I don't know, peculiar sometimes, because if I'm not in good shape, I won't eat. I ain't supposed to eat nothing. If I'm not the weight I want to be, it's just so subconscious, I won't eat.
So did Cosamado bring you up to Catskill, New York?
Yes.
He took you out of Brooklyn?
Yeah, he took me out of Brooklyn at 12.
Were you in Bed-Stuy?
At Brownsville.
Okay.
Brownsville.
And how old were you when you went to Catskill?
12.
And were there other kids with you?
Other fighters there too. All of them was on diet, even the professional fight. They all had to make weight for diet. So that was my lifestyle, making weight all the time, running, training, fasting, eating. That became my lifestyle.
And that's like in my backyard in the Hudson Valley. Did you go to Catskill High School?
I went to Catskill High School, Catskill Junior High School. I lived there for 8 years.
And what was that like?
It was very slow. Even the guys that came from New York City, the people that came, they wanted a slower lifestyle. And it wasn't like New York. I go down to New York once a week or something to get into some amateur boxing matches and stuff. That's the only reason I stayed up there, lived up there for 8 years, and I started my boxing career.
And when you were training, were you focusing on food at that point?
I always had a peculiar relationship with food. I was afraid of food because I was afraid of obesity. Seeing that in your family, and most of my mother's friends, my sister friends, all they were obese as well. It was just a neighborhood where it was what they call the revolving door. It was our culture to be fat. We made excuses for it as well.
What can we do about people in Bed-Stuy now and those other, because they're food deserts? It's hard.
Yes, it is.
I worked in Bed-Stuy because my father started Bed-Stuy
I'm
Restoration.
from Bed-Stuy. I was born in Bed-Stuy.
And do you know Restoration Plaza, that part of Bed-Stuy?
What's neighborhood?
It's near Atlantic Avenue, New York.
I know Atlantic Avenue very well. I lived on Atlantic Avenue.
And my father started a project there in 1966, and it's still there today. It's a community development project, and they built a skating rink, but we built the first grocery store there. And before we built that, the pathway or pathmark, people in Bed-Stuy had to go 75 blocks to buy groceries. Mother had to ride 3 different buses with grocery bags. So it's hard in those neighborhoods to get good food.
Yeah, that's why, because we used to help ladies carry their bags to their house and their cars and stuff. I remember when we were younger.
What do you think that we can do to inspire people in those neighborhoods to start eating better?
Hey, listen, we need more mentors. They need mentors and show them how to eat, have proper diets, and how to take care of themselves. People always say that's one of the evil sins, vanity. But wow, sometimes we need a little vanity to take care of ourselves and have more self-love. That's what it all comes down to, about how you care about your appearance.
And do you feel that way now that you have?
Absolutely. I'm so pretty much I'm so conscious of my appearance because of that, because of obesity.
Well, let me just ask you about the stuff I'm curious about, because I got put in prison when I was in the summer of 2001. I was sober, but I did a protest in Puerto Rico. I was representing the island of Puerto Rico, suing the United States Navy, and they put me in maximum security prison for the summer of 2001. And the food in that prison was really bad.
Listen, yeah, what do you say? Airplane food and hospital food, huh?
Yeah,
the worst in the world.
Well, yesterday I learned that the price that the federal prison system pays for food for prisoners is about 60 cents a day.
And what can you buy with 60 cents?
Oh, you
candy,
can buy
sugar,
candy, sugar, and anything with a long shelf life. And that's what they said to us.
Some
They
donuts too. That's what, when I was in prison and on commissary, we had donuts, sugar, potato chips, nothing healthy. Maybe the healthiest thing there was the contaminated soup that we ate, over salted soup. But it was all horrible stuff. Now that I think about it, it was great back there because I was eating it, but back then it was just horrible food.
And that makes people angry.
Yeah, that's why it's violent in prison, because of the food that they're feeding them. That's why you see everybody getting stabbed and cut for no reason. It's small little incidents. People want to fight and kill people, and that's what it is, because the ultra processed food.
Yeah, there's
my belief. Yeah, my belief.
Well, it's true. I mean, there's a lot of studies now, and anybody can go on Google and look them up. There are studies that show that when you improve the food in the prison, when you start giving the prisoners real food, the level of violence drops by 50%. The disciplinary problems drop by 50%. In juvenile detention facilities, the use of restraints drops by 70%.
I agree, because they treat them like animals. You can't have that old school of prisoning people and jailing people. You have to have some kind of outlet. They have to have programs there they're prepared for the outside world. You can't put a guy in there, he's fighting and cutting and doing all this stuff, eating horrible food, then let him go. It's like taking a wild tiger and all of a sudden hold him in a cage for 10 years, then let him out. What is he going to do? Kill people again. That's been my experience with jail and all that stuff.
Yeah. I also, that summer that I spent in prison in Puerto Rico was the most relaxing summer I've ever had, because I got to read books that had been sitting on my shelf.
But most prisons are not rehabilitating; they debilitate people. They make them worse when they go out, so now they go commit another crime and come back in. That's why they treat them like that. It could have that revolving door effect.
Yeah.
Most people that's been in prison always come back most of their life, to be in there for the rest of their life.
So what is your message to the American people?
Hey, have some pride and take care of yourself, and have some dignity, and leave that ultra processed food alone. There's no solution of stopping it. Everybody's going to eat some of it, but if you're going to eat it, try some moderation. All right, try to, you got family to take care of, and you can't die at 45 years old, 30 years old. You have kids to take care of, because that's what's happening. It's young people out here dying. It's not old people out here dying. Young people. Two of my friends both died 48, 50 years old, cancer. It's living wild lives, drinking, not taking care of themselves, and that's a process, and it's going to kill us. Ultra processed.
So the message is eat real food.
Real food's the only way to go. And that's real. That's the only way to go, is real food. It's been evident, it's been proven to us what happened to people that eat rotten food. Their life expectation is not long at all. If it's long, it's not healthy, it's not good. They'll be sick most of their life. Like my mother is sick most of their life because they have bad health.
What is your relationship with President Trump?
Wow, that's interesting to say. Let me see how do I go. I've known him since I was 17. I've been fighting with him since I was 18, 17. And he's always been a guy. This is what I can say about him. If he's with you, he's with you. If he's not, he's not. But if he's with you, he's with you. He got your back 100%. That's what I've learned from my relationship with him.
And when was the last time you talked to him?
I talked to him not too long ago. I was at the White House. I saw him at Melania at the review of that. I saw him there.
And so he sponsored some of your fights.
No, most of them. Yeah, most of my fights. Yeah.
And they were in Atlantic City.
Atlantic City, yeah, Trump Plaza.
And what was the greatest fight that you had?
In Trump Plaza?
Yeah.
Michael Spinks broke all records. One of the first super fights of the 80s.
And he was the Olympic champion.
Undisputed light heavyweight champion, Olympic champion. He's a very colorful and decorated fighter.
Is he still around?
Yes, he's still around. He's just been married. He's having a wonderful.
And you stay in touch with him?
Well, I see him periodically, every now and then.
Yeah. Before I close out and say goodbye, can I get Kiki? Can you come on and get in the shot so people can see you? Kiki, thank you very much. Mike, thank you for being with us. And thank you for
Secretary.
Your willingness to stand up and fight for this issue.
This is my finest hour. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. You're a real hero.
Thank you.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. Every day, millions of Americans walk into a pharmacy and face a shock, a prescription they need, but that they can't afford. Too often they walk away, and that decision can cost them their lives. Poor medication adherence kills 125,000 Americans every year and drives up to $300 billion in avoidable healthcare costs. This is unacceptable. The system is broken, and we are fixing it. HHS already has taken action to change how this system works, and here's what that means for you. When your doctor writes you a prescription, they're going to see the price in real time based upon your actual insurance plan before you ever leave the exam room. That changes everything. Prescribers can choose medications their patients can actually afford. Patients can make informed decisions on the spot without surprise costs at the pharmacy counter. This is better care. This is common sense. It also speeds up approvals. If a drug requires prior authorization, doctors can get an answer immediately or prescribe an effective alternative that doesn't require delays. No more unnecessary trips, no more waiting at the pharmacy line only to be turned away. Doctors get better tools, patients get better outcomes, and the savings are real. Diabetes patients can save over $130 a month. Patients on specialty medications can save more than $800 a month when doctors choose lower cost, equally effective options. This rule takes full effect at the end of 2027, but we don't have to wait. The technology already exists. Many providers are already using it. So I'm calling on health IT vendors and providers across the country, adopt this now. Give doctors the tools that they need. Give patients the transparency they deserve and save lives. At HHS, we're using every lever to lower costs, increase transparency, and deliver better care for the American people. Thank you, and God bless you.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. This is Public Service Recognition Week, and I want to speak directly to you, the HHS workforce of more than 78,000 employees in all 50 states, plus the District of Columbia, 3 U.S. territories, and 64 foreign countries. You represent 264 professions, scientists, physicians, nurses, dietitians, grant specialists, attorneys, HR specialists, police and security guards, and many more. You work in clinics, labs, and tribal communities, in disaster zones, in research centers, and in offices across the country. One of you has served this agency for 68 years, starting in 1958. Others just joined. That range reflects something bigger. Generations of public servants carrying this mission forward as our country approaches 250 years. Whether your service began decades ago or just started, you take on responsibility that most people never see and you deliver. Over the past year, I've met many of you. I've seen your work, I've listened, I've heard from scientists who hold the line on data integrity, from more than 5,000 Commission Corps officers who deploy on short notice and stay until the mission is complete, from staff who serve communities that they know firsthand. Your work produces results, and it also points to where we need to go next. We have to shift from a sick care system to a true healthcare system that puts prevention at the forefront of care. That means focusing on root causes, strengthening early detection, and giving clinicians and patients the tools to act sooner. You do this work because it matters and because the public depends on you to get it right. Thank you for your discipline, your integrity, and your service. I'm proud to work alongside all of you as we take on the challenge to end the chronic disease epidemic and make America healthy again. Thank you all very much.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
When we think about mental health as separate, we're missing that there's no separation between the mind and the body. What's occurring in the physical body is impacting the health of the brain, and therefore it's impacting our mental health.
Hey, everybody, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. Welcome to the Secretary Kennedy Podcast. Today, my guest is Dr. Alan Vora, who is a board-certified psychiatrist who's helping to reshape how we think about mental health and the links between our food, our environment, and the mental health illnesses that are now epidemic particularly in our children. She trained at Yale and at Columbia, and she got her MD there, and she works bringing together conventional psychiatry with a deeper focus on nutrition, sleep, inflammation, and lifestyle. Dr. Vora challenges the idea that mental health conditions exist in isolation from the body and instead looks at the full picture of what drives how we feel and how we function. She's been a leading voice in advancing a more whole person approach to care, and she recently joined us to speak at HHS's National Conference on Women's Health. And welcome to the podcast, Dr. Vora.
Thank you.
I always talk about this idea that we're in we're suffering in our country and across the world a spiritual malaise, and that it affects our minds and our bodies. We're seeing this explosion of physical ailments in our kids, and chronic disease, autoimmune diseases, neurological diseases, allergic diseases, obesity, etc. But we're also seeing coterminously this explosion of anxiety in our children and depression and a feeling of isolation and disconnection. And you think that also is related to biological issues. Can you talk about that at all?
Yeah. So my training in allopathic medicine, we're hyper specialized. We think about it as the body as a collection of discrete, separate organs. One person's focused on the kidney. My purview was the neck up, that this is where mental health happens. When I became exposed to older Eastern modalities, things like Chinese medicine, Ayurveda, it was an unlock for me to see how they think about the body, health, healing. They're seeing this as an interconnected web. And I think they got this one right. When we think about mental health as separate, we're missing that there's no separation between the mind and the body. What's occurring in the physical body is impacting the health of the brain, and therefore it's impacting our mental health. And I often say with my patients, your gut and your brain are talking to each other, even if your gastroenterologist and your psychiatrist are not.
Yeah, I mean, the gut-brain connection is now something that is clearly and uncontestably documented by science. The microbiome in the gut is our largest organ system, and people are starting to see now how it affects mood. What does Western science say about that?
Western science is catching up to what Eastern science, naturopathic medicine, functional medicine have been saying for a very long time, which is that there are multiple pathways by which the gut is impacting mental health and every aspect of physical health. It's connected to systemic inflammation. It is where roughly 90% of our serotonin is manufactured. It's intricately connected to our whole neurotransmitter ecosystem. So it's directly impacting our mental health. It's also communicating with the brain constantly via the vagus nerve. And we often think about that in a top down way, that if we're chronically stressed, that's impacting our digestive health. And that's true. But what's also true is that the gut is communicating back up to the brain, it's bottom up. So the health of our gut is impacting our mental health. And it is very difficult in modern life to have a healthy gut. There are many aspects of modern life that are compromising our microbiome and our gut lining.
One of the people who also spoke at the Women's Health Conference was Dr. Chris Palmer from Harvard, and he's actually done peer-reviewed studies that show dramatic decreases in the symptoms of schizophrenia from dietary changes. Can you talk about that science and what other science is out there that, conventional peer-reviewed placebo-controlled or controlled studies?
Yeah. So in my psychiatry residency training and in my medical school, I believe I got about 16 minutes of nutrition education. And in retrospect, I think a lot of it was misguided. And what we know, which feels like just common sense, is that what we eat impacts our physical health and our mental health. The fact that we need data to support this, fine, it's understandable. But here we are. We now have a 2022 meta analysis. I think it looked at some 385,000 participants over the course of 17 studies that showed that the people who consumed the most ultra processed food had a 44% increased odds of experiencing depressive symptoms, 48% increased odds of experiencing anxiety symptoms compared to those who ate the least amount of ultra processed food.
Are there any data on specific diseases like bipolar disorder or other specific diseases and changing the food environment?
Bipolar for me is a place where I am more in hypothesis than I can point to the research, but I think a lot about the nutritional component of bipolar. It is something where I'm really aware of Chris Palmer's work and the way that metabolic health, and in particular insulin resistance, seems to play a role in the pathophysiology of bipolar. Bipolar, in my opinion, what draws my attention is the fact that a lot of the same medications that treat seizure disorders are also effective for bipolar. So I think we can take some takeaways from the playbook of how we approach seizure disorder and apply it to bipolar disorder. Certainly, social rhythms therapy and circadian rhythm is critically important with bipolar. The idea that our body functions best when we're synced up with our circadian rhythm with the time of day, sleeping at night, awake with the sunlight. But then there's also a role for metabolic health and how our body is managing glucose and insulin. And this is where the modern American diet is so conducive to a state of insulin resistance and dysglycemia, or the body struggling to manage blood sugar appropriately. So I think that's playing a role in the pathophysiology of bipolar. And when we step back to think about why is this happening? Does it have to be happening? What can we do to address underlying root causes? I always have an eye towards nutrition, towards anchoring meals with healthy fats and protein to help a patient keep their blood sugar stable.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many. This generation, there's probably no real strong science on this, but my observation is that this generation of kids, I have 7 kids, and I meet all their friends, and the level of anxiety in these kids is something that I've never seen before in my life, that I haven't experienced. I had 11 siblings and close to 70 first cousins. I was surrounded by children my whole life, and I never heard anybody talk about their anxiety. Maybe because we just didn't talk that much about that stuff in those days, but it just seems to me from my own observations that the anxiety levels are off the chart. They're almost disabling in many of these kids. And it's hard to put your finger on what's causing it because there are so many covariables. There's the food, particularly the ultra processed food. There's cell phones, and cell phones may impact us in two different ways. One is the social media addiction, and the other is the direct radiation from the cell phones. And then there's just so many other uh, challenges that they have to face that we didn't face a generation. They're not outdoors. Or the schools are different. All of these things. How do you separate those?
Yeah. So I'm an adult psychiatrist. So when I'm thinking about child, adolescent mental health, it's not from my professional expertise, but living in the world, caring about this. I'm a parent. And I think about how, on a physical level, there's a lot contributing to the anxiety levels we see in kids, from being inflamed and micronutrient deficient and having missing microbes in the gut, all the way to circadian rhythm disruption. That is, we come by this honestly with screen use and endless scroll, keeping us up too late, lack of nature, pressures that kids are under. I think they also have a lot of they're feeling viscerally connected to the state of the world, to what's not going right. And I honor that kids are really feeling that on all of our behalf. But I also really think social media is playing an outsized role in this issue. And I look to the research of Jean Twenge, which was showcased in Jonathan Haidt's book, The Anxious Generation, where we see that these anxiety levels and pretty devastating mental health trends, especially in female adolescent health, that's happening, and it's tracking with the ubiquity of smartphones and then social media.
And I mean, all these kids spend, I think now the average is about 5.5 hours per day that they're spending on social media. And that was time when we were outdoors. And I was a kid and we were playing sports. We were doing things that I think increase opportunities for self-esteem. You get self-esteem from doing esteemable things, from, making yourself better, from enduring challenges, from enduring pain, living through it. And it just seems like, doom scrolling is a waste of time, that there's just no benefit coming from it.
Or more harmful than even just wasting time. But that's right. When we're outside in nature, active, interacting with other kids, the wiring that's occurring in that seemingly normal this is a developmental process where kids are learning to collaborate, understanding social attunement, but they're also taking reasonable risks and learning boundaries, learning resilience and grit, and they're learning self-efficacy, that they're presented with a challenging situation and then they witness themselves overcome it. And that's critical to grow up and see yourself capable of failing and picking yourself up and moving on, of seeing yourself as having a meaningful role to play, that you can make a meaningful contribution. I think Jonathan Haidt puts it so well when he frames it, especially in his earlier book, The Coddling of the American Mind, how we are creating safetyism, treating children as if they're fragile, and they're actually anti-fragile. But when we put so much padding around them, then they take on an internalized sense of themselves as being fragile. And I think that directly contributes to anxiety, to poor mental health, and it makes their lives smaller.
Do you run into adults who are addicted to social media?
Yes, it's rare I run into adults who are not addicted to social media.
And how do you treat them other than just saying, throw away your cell phone?
Yeah. So usually I'm always meeting people where they're at and trying to be realistic, bite-sized pieces. The goal might be deleting these apps, putting the phone on grayscale, no longer having a relationship to this platform that we know is addictive. But along the way, a step where I might begin with a patient is protect the bookends of the day, the first hour of the day, the last hour of the day. I think that's most impactful. And one of the ways we can do that is by not bringing the phone into the bedroom at night, not keeping it on the bedside table, not scrolling right before bed for a number of different reasons. I'm concerned about the blue spectrum light and its impact on melatonin secretion and circadian rhythm, but I'm also just concerned about the fact that these apps are designed to have what's called endless scroll. So, unlike a book with chapters that can cue us and say, this might be a good time to put the book down and go to bed, the phone is designed to hold our attention and never cueing us to pause. And therefore, we scroll endlessly, we stay up later than we otherwise would. And the algorithm favors upsetting content, controversial content. It leads with fear and even rage baiting. And so, where we find ourselves is we feel on some unconscious level surrounded by danger right at the moment where we need to feel safe enough to surrender into sleep. So, that intervention alone of moving your charger, setting up your phone somewhere else, not next to the bed while you sleep at night, is very impactful to get you started on a path where you're less set up to doom scroll for hours of your life.
I mean, one of the things everybody's worried about now is what's going to happen, particularly the next generation, with the proliferation of AI. And are you seeing that in adults now, of people developing these relationships to the exclusion of human relationships?
Yeah, it's nuanced, and I feel like my jury is still out. I don't yet have my conclusions. I'm still percolating on all of this. I currently see costs and benefits. I see patients that are, rather than meeting with me for 1 hour a week, in an ongoing dialogue, almost as if it's playing a role of a therapist. And I find that what they bring to me in session, what they're learning from these different LLMs, it's actually pretty insightful. And it's calling them out and giving them a lot of moment to moment support. But I'm also concerned because, unlike a practitioner, it can't follow up with someone necessarily. And it still has to, there's still a way that it is designed to be sycophantic because they, of course, want to keep customers coming back. And that's not always the best approach to helping us grow. But I think that I think what we're going to see is a lot of good and I think a lot of concerning changes and risk. And I'm still just sitting back and watching that and still trying to decide where I land on it.
Back to the subject of food, have you looked at any of these prison studies where they change the food in the prisons and juvenile detention facilities? They see dramatic drops in violence and acting out. And the same thing with schools when they see testing scores dramatically and disciplinary problems diminish while testing scores increase.
Yeah. So the brain is a physical organ, and we put mental health as this kind of rarefied thing of this is psychology. And while that's valid, what's also true is this is a physical piece of flesh influenced by everything going on in the physical body. Mental health is physical health. And what we're eating, if it's pro-inflammatory, if it is nutritionally bankrupt, and therefore we're not getting all the micronutrients that a brain needs to function, if there are substances that can create a state of hyperactivity or inattention, all of that is going to impact what we call mental health. And even blood sugar stabilization. I have a patient in my practice who she had come to me after years of seeing different psychiatrists, therapists, trying multiple different medication regimens to treat panic disorder. She would frequently have panic attacks on her commute home from work. And when she came to see me, I kind of took a bird's eye view of the whole picture and had to reckon with the fact that I wasn't going to come up with some new medication regimen that she hadn't already tried. She'd already done CBT or cognitive behavioral therapy. So I had to think more creatively. And I noticed in her blood work that her body was dysglycemic, she was insulin resistant. So what we did was we anchored her meals with protein, with healthy fats. We reduced refined carbohydrates and added sugars. We simply took measures to stabilize her blood sugar. And that was actually what did the trick for her to stop having panic attacks. And I viscerally, I'm uncomfortable with the fact that there's so much unnecessary suffering. We think of mental health as weighty and this almost untouchable biochemical process, but sometimes there are very mundane ways that we can support the body, help support physiologic balance, and then decades of panic disorder can just resolve with something like stabilizing blood sugar.
You talked about medication, and your profession, I think, recently has gotten a bad name for overprescribing, particularly psychiatric drugs, SSRIs, those kind of things. And people nowadays often see a psychologist, and the reason they go see a psychiatrist is to get on the meds. And what are you an outlier in your profession?
I am an outlier. And the way I think about healing is that it's similar to summiting a mountain, where the summit, getting to the top, is that signifies you feel energetic, clear, stable, hopeful, resilient. That's the goal, is to help someone get to there where they're thriving. And what's happening in my field, which I think is a crisis in psychiatry, is that we have up until now really only offered people two well-worn paths up this mountain of healing: medication, psychotherapy. And for some patients, one of those or some combination of those paths gets them all the way to the summit. And that's cause for celebration. I'm a psychiatrist. I prescribe medication. I've helped patients get to the top of this mountain through medication and psychotherapy. It's a beautiful thing. But what I've observed over now 14 years of practice is that not everyone gets to the summit through those paths. That some people hit a dead end, and sometimes repeatedly, where they've tried every medication combination, every dose, every therapeutic modality, augmentation strategies, and they're still stuck halfway up that mountain. And that's where pretty dangerous thoughts can take hold. People can feel hopeless. They can begin to despair. They feel like this was supposed to work. It didn't work for me, so I'm out of luck. And if my mission on earth is anything, it's just to help catch anyone stuck halfway up the mountain who's despairing and let them know they're not stuck. There's hope. And the disservice my field has been doing has been saying those are the only paths. When in fact, when we hit a dead end, what we actually need to do is pivot. There are other paths up this mountain. They have not been given the main stage. They're not the public conversation about mental health, but that's where I think we need to move the conversation, is to say dietary support, lifestyle modifications, newer modalities like transcranial magnetic stimulation, even psychedelic therapy. These all have a place as a different path up that mountain. And I think that's where I would like to see the field shift over time, is that we don't give up and keep hitting up against a dead end.
And how do you personally treat a patient? How is that different than what other people in your profession do? Do you look at their diet? Do you look at their, their long-term health medical records? Because that's something a lot of psychiatrists wouldn't do at all.
I look at all of it, and I look at physical health, and I really consider the full portrait of my patients' lives. It's not just their psychiatric history, their medication trials. I'm thinking in terms of what does their life look like from the minute they wake up to the minute they go to sleep? And how did we get here where we only have those two paths up the mountain? I think that my field has really come of age with a particular narrative of making sense of mental health. It says our mental health issues are the result of a genetic chemical imbalance. It's your serotonin. And not only is that our least hopeful, kind of fixed trait understanding of mental health, but it's not wholly accurate. A 2022 umbrella review of all of the lines of research around serotonin found that there is no connection, no correlation between serotonin activity and states of depression. It's not to say our medications that are intended to modulate serotonin are not effective. They can certainly be effective, but that narrative has been an oversimplification. And I prefer a growth mindset view of mental health, to say if someone is experiencing symptoms of depression or anxiety, that this is not a direct translation of their genes. It's not an inevitability. This is a communication from the body. It's saying something's out of balance here. There are modifiable root causes of mental health issues. So we can step back and say, okay, what's going on here? Is there physical imbalance? Is there unresolved trauma? Are there social considerations? Are there unmet needs? And I think my field has also been overlooking the fact that as human beings, we have certain fundamental needs. We have a need for community. We are social creatures. We have a need to feel that what we do matters, that we're making our contribution. And so when I approach mental health differently, I'm always thinking about these root causes of our mental health issues. And I believe we have agency around that. These are things that we can start chipping away at to make a difference in how somebody's feeling.
And, when you go to professional convention, or are you like the skunk in a garden party? I mean, are people like,
Yeah, I think that I don't love that image of myself, but I think it's fair to say, and I have so much sympathy. I went through the same training as my colleagues. People don't go into medicine for, it's not for money, it's not for ego, it's certainly not to um, bump your head up against a dead end when you're supporting your patients. We went into this because we felt a calling for it, because we want to help. And I think there's a real despair even among practitioners. People are very burned out. We have high suicide rates. There's even moral injury because it's difficult to make it through a decade plus of training where you're taught one framework, one paradigm for understanding mental health. And then to realize that your patients aren't always getting better. And I think even sometimes we have to reckon with the fact that occasionally our interventions do harm. And I think that is very difficult for us to face. So I have a lot of sympathy for how we get stuck, but I also have a lot of hope because this understanding of mental health, that we can resolve something at the root rather than simply suppress symptoms, once you see that, you can't unsee it. And I think you're seeing a slow shift towards more of these approaches to mental health.
what is your advice? I know you're an adult psychiatrist, but what is your advice to parents or to teens who are suffering from these and they maybe don't have the time or the resources to see a psychiatrist? You know, in rural areas around this country, there's just no psychiatrist. There's nobody to see. So, what would you say to a mass audience about what they can do to, escape this kind of gerbil wheel of, um, of depression and anxiety and over excitement?
Yeah. So I learn a lot from my friend and colleague, Dr. Becky Kennedy. And she talks about the fact that if we introduced a device, a tablet, a social media app, a game, and then over time we came to realize this was a mistake, we can roll that back. Will our kids protest? Will they say, I hate you, you're the worst parents? Maybe, possibly, likely even. But that dynamic is okay. It is okay for our children to learn to tolerate discomfort and disappointment and boredom. And it's okay for us to have to be the bad guy sometimes in order to do what's best for our kids. So I want people to know that if they feel stuck in having too much of their children's lives be taken over by technology, they can come in and say, there's a new sheriff in town and we're doing things differently going forward. There's a book now by Jonathan Haidt called The Amazing Generation, which helps motivate kids, really give
What is
them,
it called?
it's called The Amazing Generation, to help kids see the reasoning behind this, because kids want to be spoken to with respect about this, and to get their buy-in through showing them the data. But I also think that we I think this was an emergent phenomenon, but we have a state right now where we think of mental health as something gatekept, something a bit out of reach. And that's where the treatment gap and the difficulty with accessing mental health care can feel so dire. And I hold a complex view about that because I know that when we do increase access, that doesn't always lead to desirable outcomes. And so sometimes, and this is so nuanced, but I think where we really need to start is making sure that our medical school education, psychiatry residency, and all of therapeutic modality training, that they're already thinking about root causes, they're thinking holistically about patients so that once we increase access, that is more likely to lead to a positive outcome. But I think for people at home, the beauty of this more root cause resolution diet lifestyle approach to mental health is that this doesn't require a white coat or a prescription pad. It's not even something we necessarily need to gatekeep because it is generally not risky. These are things that are safe, and even rather than having side effects, they have side benefits. They're things that are generally helpful and healthy. So when someone wants to support their child, thinking about it as sometimes just a glorified houseplant. We need healthy soil, we need water, we need sunshine. We need to give this body the inputs that it requires to function well from nutrition and stable blood sugar, good rest, movement, connection to nature, connection to community, a feeling of purpose and meaning in life. And I think the most important thing we can do as parents is attunement. We don't need experts for everything. Sometimes the most important credential is just the fact that we are human, we are co-regulating with our children, and if we can hold a regulated nervous system, we help create that. It can ripple out to our kids. So I think we actually can do more than we realize.
And what's the role of physical exercise?
Yeah, so we have data now that show that physical exercise is comparable to antidepressants in the treatment of depression and anxiety. And even if we get that memo, usually the hardest part around exercise is not the knowledge. We know we should exercise. It's the behavioral change. And again, with patients, I'm always thinking about what's the smallest bite-sized piece that I can suggest so that it's more realistic. Someone will take me up on this recommendation. With movement, I think the difference between doing nothing and anything at all is so impactful that I am reassured by that data. When I have a patient who says, I don't exercise, I don't have time, I don't have energy, it feels impossible, my go-to recommendation is to take a 10-minute walk after dinner. And the physiology behind why that's effective is that typically dinner is our largest meal, and then we're sedentary, and then we go to sleep. And that's a perfect storm for insulin resistance. And simply taking a walk around the block after dinner starts to activate our leg muscles, these large muscles in the body. Those muscle cells put up their insulin receptor, and suddenly we've created a milieu of insulin sensitivity in the body instead. And so that can set someone down a different trajectory in terms of their cardiovascular risk factors, but also their mental health. And that's reasonably doable for many people. And when that's not feasible, lifting heavy things, dancing has actually a lot of data to support how it's impacting our physical health, but also our mental health directly in the way that it seems to help us release some of what we hold on to.
And what is there anything good about ultra processed foods?
This is not my first rodeo in working with people around food. And I would say if we could go back in time and there was never the advent of ultra processed foods, then it would be comfortable to say there's absolutely no redeeming qualities of these. Maybe for apocalyptic times, the fact that they're shelf stable will be helpful. But I think where we are right now, with there's a question of morality around food, that we've even weaponized this idea that if you're telling someone to eat healthier, that that is ableist. And I think that I recognize that we are in just such a state of tribal warfare around food. And my message to people is always to generally, when possible, eat real food. Generally, when possible, avoid fake food. But when you can't, don't overthink it, because that can sometimes make us believe that we're fragile, that can put us in a state of fear and stress. We can start to get into even a victim mentality around, but I don't have access to this. And I don't think any of that is helpful for our physical or mental health. So we want to make these changes gradually over time in our lives with a light grip, and always from a place of self-love, of self-respect, and with dignity, rather than feeling forced or obsessive or perfectionistic. So I don't think they're beneficial to the body, but I think sometimes we need to incorporate more ease into our choices, especially if we're getting bogged down by feeling that it's too difficult.
Well, thank you very, very much, Dr. Ford. This is, all the things that you've been saying are aligned perfectly with President Trump's executive order and our Great American Health Initiative. And so thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. Today, HHS and USDA are taking bold action to help American families access the high-quality protein that they need to stay healthy. Foods like meat, eggs, and milk. Through a new partnership with Hatch for Hunger, HHS is investing $7.5 million
to help food banks deliver high quality protein to families in need, to reduce food waste, and to help prevent chronic disease before it starts. Nutrition is one of the foundations of good health. Under President Trump's Make America Healthy Again agenda, we're putting nutrition back at the center of public health and expanding access to real food Americans need to thrive.
Hey everyone, it's Brooke Rollins, Secretary of Agriculture. And listen, at USDA, Bobby, we're making sure that America's farmers and ranchers can help feed families in every community across this amazing country. That's why USDA is also investing up to $7.5 million to strengthen cold storage and food distribution infrastructure for our great emergency food providers, including our faith-based organizations. These investments will help food banks safely store and distribute fresh, high-quality protein while reducing food waste and strengthening America's food supply chain. This is about supporting American agriculture and our farmers and ranchers. This is about strengthening food security. And this is also about making sure healthy food reaches the people who need it the most.
And I'm Tony Robbins, and for more than 4.5 decades, I've worked with organizations across the country to help feed hungry families because no child should ever go to bed hungry in the United States of America. One thing I've learned is this: calories alone are not enough. Families need real nutrition. They need protein. They need healthy food that helps people grow stronger, healthier, and more resilient. That's why this partnership really matters. It brings government, agriculture, nonprofits, and the private sector together to solve a real problem, getting nutritious food to families instead of letting it go to waste. When we work together, we can feed more people, strengthen communities, and make America healthy again.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Long-term use of these medications is making us, on the whole, sicker, more disabled. And there I was on 5 medications, the previous decade of my life that I'd consistently been on them, just progressively worsening dysfunction, despair, inability to take care of myself, and it all clicked. And I said in that moment, oh my gosh, what if it's not treatment-resistant mental illness? What if it's the treatment?
Hey, everybody, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and welcome to the Secretary Kennedy podcast. Today, my guest is Laura Delano, who has had a really interesting saga and is one of the leading advocates in the country for, I guess you would call yourself as an opponent of or a critic of some psychiatric drugs. And Laura is an author, speaker, mental health advocate, focused on informed consent, patient autonomy, and improving how we understand and treat mental health conditions. She has a lived experience in navigating the psychiatric symptoms from a young age, including years of treatment and multiple diagnoses. And she has since dedicated her work to helping individuals and families better understand their options and make informed decisions about care. And you recently participated in our Women's Health Conference. Oh, tell us about your personal story, because that sounds interesting.
Well, the briefest way to summarize my story is that I grew up psychiatrized, is the term I use. I was an intense, bright, very sensitive.
And you grew up in Greenwich, Connecticut.
I grew up in Greenwich, Connecticut, with a lot of resources, a family who could provide every, material need I had. I grew up in a very highly pressured environment. So in the air was this, kind of taken for granted assumption that your worth as a person was very much tied into how you performed. And so that was the culture I grew up in. And as a kid who happened to, be a good student and a good athlete, I could perform well.
What was your sport?
Squash was my main sport. I played that through college, which, when you grow up in Greenwich, Connecticut, chances of you being handed a squash racket are pretty high. And so, I was a top 10 nationally ranked player. And just on paper, I had everything together. And student government president, well respected by my peers. But as a 13-year-old girl, I had this profound experience one night in front of the bathroom mirror as I was getting ready to go to bed, where I just started looking deeper and deeper into my eyes. And I ended up having this out of body experience where everything went black. And I was just floating in space, looking at this stranger in front of me. And who is she? Who is this girl? And when I came back from this out of body experience, the only conclusion I could draw was that I didn't have a real self. I was just this robot programmed to perform. But who was I? What did I care about? It was this, in retrospect, it was almost like an ego death. But at the time, I was terrified by what had happened. And I didn't tell anyone about it. I just tried to pretend it didn't happen and continue on doing, performing well. But I just fell apart inside and eventually began acting out at home. And I was yelling a lot and cursing and started pushing my mother and scaring my sisters. I started cutting myself. I really fell apart at home. And then again, outside, kept it all together. So I had this totally compartmentalized.
Did you have food issues?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, they hadn't started yet, but boy, did they start. And eventually alcohol issues. I mean, the gamut of relief seeking, control seeking behaviors, that was all on the horizon for me. And so my parents, of course, were just terrified because here's this girl who was not that long ago doing
Perfect.
fine. Yeah. And now she's slicing up her arm and talking about death. And so God bless them. They were just so afraid and didn't know what to do. And they didn't see any options besides a psychiatrist's office. So I found myself by age 14 in front of a psychiatrist, a very nice woman. And I just want to be clear, mental health professionals, especially psychiatrists, they come to this work because they care about people. They care about suffering. They want to relieve people's suffering. And this psychiatrist, with the best of intentions, told me in 1 hour, my first appointment with her, that all my anger and irritability were symptoms of mania, and my despair and the self-injury were symptoms of depression. And I had an incurable, lifelong illness called bipolar disorder. But don't worry, there are medications that will help you manage it. You'll have to take them forever, but they're going to help you. I was 14. And that set me on this journey that took me another almost decade and a half to kind of extricate myself from.
I mean, back then they were treating bipolar with lithium, right?
I did end up eventually on lithium. That's still considered the gold standard, even though if you actually, I have a chapter on lithium in my book Unshrunk, because if you actually look into the evidence base for it, it's not as promising as the stories we hear about it. I was first put on Depakote, which is an anticonvulsant. To this day, it's still not approved for psychiatric purposes in children. This was in the mid-90s when I was put on it. And I was put on Prozac, which at the time wasn't yet approved for adolescent, for juvenile use. And I experienced it at the time as a profound insult. Here I was having this very meaningful anger and despair over how powerless I felt over my life and this loss of meaning I sensed, and being, a human, I just nothing made sense. And then to be told, basically, your brain is broken and you're going to need pharmaceuticals every day for the rest of your life. It felt like a profound insult. And I know everyone involved in that had good intentions and was trying to help me the best they knew how. But it really internalized this notion that I was broken. And I tried to fight it, but within a few years, I ended up actually really believing it was true.
And then you had this extraordinary kind of educational experience where you went to Deerfield, and then which really actually, because two of my kids went there and had a wonderful experience.
Great school.
And then to Harvard. And while you were there, you were on these sort of debilitated by your psychiatric drugs the entire time.
Yeah. And when I went away to boarding school to Deerfield, I actually left all my pills at home, and luckily, was left alone for the most part. And I'm really grateful for that, because between those years, 14, 15 to 18, I wasn't actually consistently on the medications. But I was still playing the performance game. I was still, training and getting good grades, and I just couldn't figure out how to extricate myself from it. And so by the time I got to Harvard, I was just hoping and praying that, maybe I'd gotten it all wrong. And once I actually get to a place like Harvard, I'll feel okay in my skin. I'll feel at peace. I'll feel happy even. And of course I didn't when I got there. I was still the same me with the same loss of purpose and meaning. And so I really rapidly spun out freshman year there. I was doing a ton of drugs like cocaine and alcohol and ecstasy and throw anything at me that can numb this agony that I feel. And I wasn't sleeping and I was doing totally impulsive, reckless things. And the icing on the cake was the winter of my freshman year, as was tradition in my good old WASP family. I had to come out at a couple of debutante balls in New York City, which I really didn't want to do, but it was, a part of our family's tradition. And that was my breaking point. There I was in a literal wedding dress on stage at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City, curtsying and almost
Sounds like a nightmare.
I was like, this is a practical joke. I mean, how is this my life? I'm literally performing on stage right now. And I was just out of my mind, on drugs and drink and champagne. I was just a mess. And the next day I completely broke apart and was just bawling hysterically. And I said, please, Mom and Dad, I need help. I mean, it evokes tears in me just thinking about that desperation. And I really want to name that desperation, because a lot of times people hear me speak and they think that I'm judging people who take medications or that I'm shaming them, which I am by no means. I am not anti-medication. I am about informed choice. And what I know more than, I know more intimately than I want to, even know, is how when you are overwhelmed by pain and you are desperate for relief and you are desperate to understand why you're feeling the way you feel, it can be incredibly validating and hopeful to be told by a doctor, you're not a bad person, you're not a lazy person, you're a sick person, and we can help you, and these treatments are going to help you. And at that point, at age 18, I was on the verge of suicide. I was at the edge, and so I really embraced this idea that I had this incurable brain disease. And from there was on 2 meds, and then 3 meds, and then 4 meds, and then 5 meds by incredible doctors, Harvard Medical School trained, affiliated with McLean Hospital. Again, everyone trying to help me. And with the more medications I took and the more diagnoses I accumulated, the more my life fell apart. And all along through my early mid-20s, we were thinking this was my illness getting worse. Laura's bipolar disorder is progressing. Now she's 25. She's completely dependent on her family. She can't work. She can't hold down relationships. She's a total mess. She's a total alcoholic. She can't take care of herself. Unfortunately, her bipolar disorder is now treatment resistant. It's just so severe that the treatments that we have can't even help her. And that message to me was so hopelessness inducing that I did eventually try to kill myself, because it felt like I'd exhausted every possible option to help me. You're telling me nothing's going to help me? This isn't a life worth living. And to this day, it may sound controversial to say this, but I have deep respect for that choice I made to kill myself, because given the story I'd come to believe about myself, it was the logical conclusion. Of course, the problem is I had learned a false story of myself.
I mean, during this time, you said you were class president, right?
And when I was younger,
When
yeah.
you were younger, but did you have like friends and relationships, or were you just torching everything?
Oh my gosh. Well,
I mean, were you a leader? Were you?
that's such a good question, because that really gets to the heart of all of it, is the relationships that we have. Through boarding school, I had incredible relationships. And again, I wasn't really taking medications during those years. But gosh, once I was at Harvard and on all those meds, my life rapidly got so small. And the connections that I forged were with other lost people, other people who were going to McLean Hospital, and we would commiserate in our kind of shared, illness journeys together. But by the time I finished Harvard, and I had to take a year off at some point to be hospitalized. I was hospitalized multiple times over the years. But by the time I managed to finish, I had 0 friends. I had 0 job prospects. I was connected to the only thing I was connected to was my psychiatric treatment and my identity as a mentally ill person. Like, that was my life's purpose, was seeking treatment. And I love that you asked that, because I know you've had your own dark journey in the past with addiction and all of those things. And to me, it all comes down to your connection to the world around you and to yourself. And when that's broken, it's really hard to stay intact, to stay integrated. And it's so easy to just turn all the pain you feel and all the anger and the grief and the sadness on yourself, which definitely happened to me.
I mean, addiction makes your life very small too, because it's a disconnection from everything. But I had a friend who went to see a psychiatrist recently, and the psychiatrist asked him one question: do you have friends? Are they long-term friendships? And when she asked, "Why did you ask that question?" she said, that's kind of the primary metric for telling whether or not, somebody is healthy or not. If they burn all their friendships, but you had friendships when you were young, you had a capacity to have those deep relationships with other people and to be intimate with other people. But something took that away from you.
Yeah, and I think in my case, it was a combination of this identity that I internalized, that, I was feeling this intense suffering and had been taught to see it through this medicalized lens. Oh, these are just symptoms of faulty brain chemistry. They're basically random and you're just unlucky. And so I disconnected my suffering from the context of my life, which of course all suffering is rooted in the context of your life. You struggle for a reason. And because I was seeing myself through this medicalized lens, I stopped being curious about the fact that I had lost all my meaningful friendships, or the fact that I didn't feel connected to any sense of purpose, the fact that I had, no capacity to feel intimacy with people, to feel creative. I stopped asking questions about my life, and because they didn't seem relevant, because I just had a broken brain. And I think the other piece too, that this was just my experience. Many people have different experiences. A lot of people also have my experience, but being on so many medications, especially in those critical formative years of young adulthood, really ended up in the long run adversely impacting me in mind, body, and spirit. And again, this is not me saying that these medications are bad or that people shouldn't take them, but I think part of the crisis that we're in right now as a country, this mental health crisis that we're in, is actually rooted in the fact that these medications were really only ever intended for short-term use. The drug trials that the FDA approves these drugs on the basis of are quite short, 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 12 weeks. Yet most of us take these medications for years. And so I was on 5 of them and at a time: lithium, Lamictal, Abilify, Effexor, Ativan. I mean, this was considered a sophisticated regimen of polypharmacy. I felt proud of myself because, like, wow, they're really focusing on helping me. Look, I'm on 5 of them. They're putting in all this thought. And in retrospect, I have a different interpretation, but to grow up so heavily medicated, I had 0 sexual function. I had 0 creativity. I was so disembodied, and I thought that was all symptoms of my illness. And now in retrospect, that I've been off of these medications for going on 16 years, I see how much of it was actually this over-medication, this prescription cascade that I grew up on. And I think that's a big piece of this crisis that we're in now, is that it's so easy to get on these medications, and there's so few um, checkpoints for people to pause and reflect. Like, is this still helping me? Is this actually maybe causing me some adverse effects, or maybe I don't need to be on so many. Aren't these checkpoints built in, and so people just stay on these medications for years after year after year after year, oftentimes feeling progressively worse, not realizing the medications might be a piece of that story.
In retrospect, do you think your diagnosis as bipolar was a correct diagnosis?
Good question. Within the logic of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, I think it was correct. I was accurately diagnosed according to the American Psychiatric Association's kind of, textbook. Where I'm at now is that, but
Yeah, I
so
was going
what?
to ask, do you think that you'd be diagnosed as bipolar today?
Not today. I would definitely get I would probably get anxiety disorder, it's that kind of thing. But for me, the language of the DSM isn't relevant for me today because I no longer, for me, I no longer make sense of my emotions and thoughts through this medicalized lens. I love that you asked that question because people often think my story is a story of misdiagnosis. And I'm like, no, this is actually, my story is a story of the American mental health system working as intended. And really what changed is that I decided to stop uh, making sense of who I was with its medicalized story. Because I still struggle today. Life is hard. And I think that's one of the biggest, most liberating realizations I made, once I got off all these medications is the objective to living isn't happiness. It's not the absence of pain. It's connection. It's meaning. It's purpose. And the 12-step world taught me a lot of this.
Figuring out how to overcome pain and spiritual advancement that you get from. But what occurs to me is that I'm around a lot of young girls all the time, and they all seem like really crazy at that part of their lives. And if you put them on a regimen, and then most of them just get through it and figure it out. But if you put them on a regimen of psychiatric drugs at that age, they may not be able to go through the things that they need to go through to find the techniques for coping with anxiety and uncertainty and fear and all of that stuff that makes people crazy.
It's such a true observation. I think that so as an elder millennial, I came of age right at the beginning of the kind of therapeuticization of American adolescent, especially American, girlhood and young womanhood. So I was really at the beginning of what is now this ubiquitous phenomenon of young people, and especially girls, growing up infused in this kind of therapeutic framework of understanding themselves. And I think because young people today are yearning and seeking meaning and belonging, and there's so much precarity in the world around them, and they feel so lost. They're hungry for a place to belong and for a framework of self-understanding that helps them feel like they know who they are and why they're feeling the way they're feeling. And I think the therapy industry and the mental health industry more broadly have really come in and filled that void. And so the number of girls and young women I cross paths with who are my sisters, I'm just a little further along the same path that they're on, who are so deeply identified with their diagnoses and with how many meds they're on, where you almost wear it as a badge of honor and I remember feeling this way, like, look, I have 5 prescriptions. See how much pain I'm in? Do you see? And if someone had said to me, well, Laura, maybe you're having a meaningful response to this like really intense, high pressured life you've grown up in. Maybe you're not sick. Maybe there isn't anything wrong with you. Maybe you're actually, this is a sign of your wisdom. I would have been insulted. I would have said, how dare you invalidate my suffering? I am sick. How dare you just tell me I'm human? And And I think that phenomenon is ubiquitous now on TikTok and Instagram. And it really, I think, at the heart of it, it's a spiritual crisis. We've lost touch with what it means to be human, and that pain is an important signal. I mean, I look at my pain now, I cry all the time. I have intense anxieties. I feel deep grief. I wouldn't remove that for all the money in the world because I know these are messages that are telling me something about my life, and sometimes telling me something that's very practical, like you're eating way too much processed sugar, too many kids' birthday parties, Laura. Sometimes it is a sign to me to make different choices about how I'm taking care of my body. But oftentimes I realize I just need to feel this pain and not try to do anything with it. And I want young girls to hear that message.
I'm at the edge of my seat. So how did you, how did you flip?
Oh my gosh, Secretary. Oh, I God, I just feel so grateful. When I think about that turning point in my life, I feel so much gratitude because it was um it was nothing that I could have willed. It was nothing that I just decided to do. So my turning point came in 2010. I was 27 years old. 2 years earlier, I'd had this really serious, you know, overdose where I had just truly not wanted to be here anymore. And I was going to day treatment at McLean Hospital every day. It was basically my job. I'd go there in the morning, go to groups all day, go to the cafeteria during lunch and look at all the, doctors with their badges and wonder in some alternate universe, would I have been one of these people if I hadn't gotten so sick? It was my life was treatment. And I ended up having a few encounters with a side of the mental health system that I hadn't experienced before. I'd kind of seen it from afar, but I'd never been through it myself. And that is the power that mental health professionals have to strip you of your civil liberties if they decide you're, a risk to yourself. And I go into all of it in my book, so I'll skip over it here. But basically, I was made to go into the hospital when I didn't want to go into the hospital. I actually wanted to go. I just wanted to go home first to get my belongings because there's nothing like being locked up on a psych ward with none of your stuff. It's not, it's a very sterile experience. So I was made to take a medication that I didn't want to take. And then I'd also had this experience with sleeping through a therapy appointment because I was so tranquilized by that medication and having my therapist call the police to do a so-called wellness check. So I'd had the sequence of experiences over a few weeks that dislodged my previously unquestioning faith in this system. I'd always just taken for granted this is about care and compassion. And now I realize, but it's also actually about control. I just didn't see this because I had always said yes, and now I was saying no. And so I just was.
You never read One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest?
Well, I'd seen the movie, but I never. It hadn't. I think because I was like so heavily medicated, the significance of that film like didn't link the dots, and so I was in this place of questioning. And it was at that point that I stumbled upon a book by a medical journalist named Robert Whitaker called Anatomy of an Epidemic. And it's this incredible, this is back in 2010. I saw it on a bookshelf in a bookstore. It had just come out. It had one of those old phrenology heads on the cover, but in each compartment, it had a different psychiatric drug name. And I was like, I've been on that. I've been on that. I've been on that. I've been on that. I was like, what is this book? I didn't even know what it was about. And when I sat down and began to read it, it blew my mind. And basically this journalist, he'd found some long-term WHO studies that found that people in the so-called, developing world actually had better outcomes. People with the schizophrenia diagnosis had better outcomes than in the so-called developed world.
Yeah.
And he was like, why?
They live normal lives, kind of.
Totally. And he was confused by this because he figured we would have better outcomes because we have all these sophisticated medicines here. So he began this investigative quest to look at the long-term evidence base for psychiatric medications. And what he found was that if you actually look at what evidence there is, long-term use of these medications is making us on the whole sicker, more disabled. And there I was on 5 medications, the previous decade of my life that I'd consistently been on them, just progressively worsening dysfunction, despair, inability to take care of myself, and it all clicked. And I said in that moment, oh my gosh, what if it's not treatment-resistant mental illness? What if it's the treatment? And once I saw that, I couldn't unsee it. And I began this, I realized in that moment, I have to give myself a chance here. If my life doesn't have only basically psych wards and disability and dependency or suicide, like if there's another option, I have to try it. And I want to pause here because the decision I made to come off these medications was the scariest, most, overwhelming decision I ever made. And this issue of coming off these medications is so important for our culture right now because we have, by my calculations, 2022 CDC numbers, those are the most recent ones I can find. We have about 65 million Americans, 61 million adults, 4 million kids on these medications. And there are 0 safe off-ramps from them. So in 2010, when I decided to come off, I had no roadmap. My doctors didn't support it. They had no idea how to do it. I had no idea how to do it. And so I came off 5 medications in about half a year, which is basically cold turkey. And it was, if I didn't have a family who could take care of me, I wouldn't have made it through. And it was at that point that I realized, oh my gosh, I'm in withdrawal. And I began to educate myself about how these medications can lead to physical dependence, such that when you try to stop them, and I know you've spoken about this so powerfully over, in the recent past, you feel horrible when you try to come off these medications. And because we don't have a well-informed public and clinicians are not educated about this, people don't realize it's not a relapse of your illness. It's not proof that you need your medications. It's actually withdrawal. It was the hardest thing I ever went through.
And the clinicians see it as a relapse, and
Exactly.
they say the only solution is you go back on them.
Exactly. And then you feel better
It
when
takes a year.
and for some people it takes more than that. For some people it takes multiple years.
No, I have a relative, and she who was on the same kind of regimen, and she got off them, and she was suicidal every day for a year.
Yep. And like you said, you go to a mental health professional with that and they say, why are you putting yourself through this hell? You need these medications. Your illness is untreated. I mean, that's what, at this point, I've connected with thousands and thousands of people through my work who are told this. And these aren't bad or mean doctors. It's because they don't know this either. No, it's this total void of awareness around the fact that all psychiatric medications are psychoactive chemicals. And if you take them consistently, your body's going to acclimate to them. It's like basic biochemistry. And so when this all clicked for me and I realized, holy moly, here I am, really well resourced. I have a family who could take care of me while I was going through this. And it's taken me years to recover from coming off of these medications. What about the people who don't have the resources that I've had access to? And so that was what led me to start Inner Compass Initiative, the nonprofit I founded years ago, because I realized there's a total void of information, resources, and support for people who are questioning their relationship to these medications and maybe want to change it. They have nowhere to turn. And again, this is not about being against these medications or telling people to come off of them, but the reality is we have tens upon tens of millions of people on these medications. Some percentage of them are going to decide they don't want to take them anymore. And where do they turn for help? Right now it's the layperson withdrawal community, people like me who've been through it ourselves, who are the world's leading experts on tapering, which is wild. It's wild that that's the case.
Well, we're about to change that in this agency because we're going to change the labels on these medications. communicating with therapists all over the country to explain to them this phenomenon, and also uh, uh, outline protocols for tapering from the various medications. But what actually is the biological mechanism for why? Because when you get off of heroin, which I was on for years, it's 5 days and it's over. It's 5 days of pain, and it's over. And so you've got 72 hours, and you just have to. But with this stuff, it's a year or 6 months. It's just it seems insurmountable when you feel that badly about the world. But what is it? Your brain stops producing serotonin, or
It's a good question, and I mean, we need research into this because I think there's very little understanding of the iatrogenic effects of these medications, the kind of of the harms that these medications can cause. And the very crude, high level sense that I have is that whether it depends on which drug class you're talking about, but in certain instances, receptors are downregulated. In other instances, receptors are upregulated. So basically, ironically, the drugs themselves are creating an imbalance, so to speak, in what would otherwise be just normal receptor function, whether it's the serotonergic system or the dopaminergic system. They obviously affect multiple systems. And so the idea is that because the changes that these drugs can cause are so fundamentally mechanistic and structural, that to remove the drug too fast, things don't just bounce back to how they would have been. They're left in this state of disequilibrium. The central nervous system is in this state of disequilibrium, which is what sets off all of these symptoms that are oftentimes misunderstood as a relapse. And the idea is that if you taper really slowly and hyperbolically, so not in a straight linear way, cutting the same amount each month, but cutting a particular percentage of whatever dose you were previously on, so the amount you're cutting gets smaller and smaller over time. There's interesting research, and we need to do more research into this, but there's interesting research that kind of shows why this hyperbolic tapering is more effective, and that in part it's because there isn't a direct relationship between dosage size and the effect the drug is having on your brain. It has a hyperbolic effect. So this might sound a little, obtuse, but the relatively smaller doses of a medication are having a much more dramatic effect on the receptor function in your body. And so when you're coming down on a medication, you can often go a little bit faster when you're on a higher dose, but the lower the dose gets, the slower people often have to go. But that's the opposite of what they're told by their doctors. They're told, like, you're on a subtherapeutic dose. You should be able to stop. And so people think, I'm just too weak. I can't do this. It doesn't make sense. I'm on this tiny little amount. And that's one thing too, that because right now these drugs are not manufactured in dosage sizes and forms and formulations that are safe to taper from, people have had to become their own pharmacists at home, making mixtures with water and using slip tip syringes to remove 2% of their dose. It's the wild west out there of what people are having to figure out for themselves. And I'm just so excited to hear that this is a priority, and I know you've been a champion of this. It's a dire public health crisis, in my opinion.
How many people are on them now?
65 million. I think it could be higher. Those are 2022 numbers.
And does it worry you that pregnant women are being given, in some cases?
It does worry me, and it's such Adam Murato is a colleague of mine, and he's an incredible advocate for informed choice in women, making these decisions around pregnancy and antidepressants. I think women are understandably, I've been pregnant. I've had, I have young kids. It is so hard. Our culture is not set up in the way that our DNA needs it. We're made for villages and multi-generations of women helping each other. I mean, the struggles that we have as women in pregnancy and with young children are so deep. And so I really want to name that. It can be really hard to navigate pregnancy. And at the same time, I do think we have not been informed as women about the risks of taking these drugs during pregnancy. And it's the kind of information we need as teenagers. I mean, as once you reach your childbearing years, you as a woman need to know, by the way, if you end up starting this Zoloft right now, make sure you factor in a long-term plan here and potentially years of tapering if you do end up wanting to have kids one day. Like, women need this information, and until now, and they aren't getting it. And it's been seeing that FDA expert panel last summer was surreal for me as someone who's cared about informed choice for so long. I'm just so excited that you're all prioritizing.
People who are listening to this and who may be on these drugs and wanting to get off, what would you recommend to them?
It's a great question. Start by getting informed. Our website, Inner Compass Initiative, we have tons of.
What is it called?
Inner Compass Initiative, and the website is theinnercompass.org. We provide tons of free information about the diagnoses, about the medications, and about what it looks like to taper safely from these medications. We have a free manual that walks people through what it looks like. I think starting with taking all the time you need to get properly informed is number one. Number two is making time to really reflect on the deeper existential, even spiritual questions like, your relationship to your suffering. Where are you at in your life right now with the pain you're feeling? How are you coping with it? If these medications aren't working, what else is in your toolbox that you can lean on? And also, how can you cultivate practices that enable you to be with your pain in a different way? Really making time to think about the stories that you tell yourself about your mind, your emotions, because I know for me, letting go of that old story that, my brain was broken and I need these drugs for the rest of my life. I didn't know who I was beyond that story. And I had to go on this spiritual quest, really. To this day, I still don't know. And I'm kind of at peace with not knowing now. But the other thing people need to really, really take seriously is how they're caring for their body, the food they're eating, the products in their household, the amount of sunlight they're getting, all the things that are part of the MAHA missions. I think those are absolutely essential to preparing for a medication taper, is ensuring you're getting healthy fat, which your brain needs to function, and gut-friendly foods, all the parts of your body that are altered by these medications. How can you use food as medicine to help restore health there? And then the support system piece, to get back to your point about relationships. What is your support system like? Do you have family who is by your side in this, and friends? Does your doctor or your therapist, are they on the same page with you about this? If not, how can you help them get on the same page and support you? I think this is where my years in the 12-step world, which I hold so fondly to my heart, because AA is what helped me connect with the power of service and getting out of myself and taking my pain and using it as a catalyst to help others. I think that's a key piece of this journey too, is if you're going to come off these medications or change your relationship to them in some way, realizing that what you've been through, you've had, are actually the medicine that someone else needs, and finding ways to take what you've been through and be of service, use it in service to others, to me is like the best medicine. That's like my go-to. Whenever I'm getting stuck in my head, I'm like, how can I get out of myself now and just be there for someone else? It's simple, it's free, it's easy. We all have that power.
One of the people who really talks a lot about the relationship between food and mental illness and these interventions, the benzos, the SSRIs, the antipsychotics, antidepressants, is Michaela Peterson. And she makes the case that she healed herself with food. She also talks a lot about her father, Jordan Peterson, who had a terrible experience with these
Oh, yeah.
medication, almost killed him.
Oh, yeah. I heard about that.
How important is your diet?
Oh my gosh, it's at the heart of everything. It's absolutely fundamental. And when it comes to coming off of these medications, people find different I don't want to say protocol, that's too formal of a word, but different foods work differently for different people during the process of coming off these medications. I know some people for whom ketogenic diet has been life-changing. I know other people who actually did something totally different. It's about listening to your body and paying attention to how you feel, and which is certainly for me, after growing up medicated and having the signals of my body, so, being so disconnected from them, I had to learn what that was like. I had to, I spent my teens and 20s with all kinds of eating disorders, fat-free, sugar-free. Don't even get me started on that. And so to actually practice sitting down and eating some ribeye and some like beautiful arugula salad and actually feeling, how is my body responding to this versus how it used to respond when I'd have the fat-free processed turkey slices with it's amazing when you realize my body's talking to me. It's telling me what it needs and what it doesn't need. And I think that's really the journey. The journey away from these medications is a journey back into your body and into integration. And it's once you click with that, it's like you feel so powerful because you realize I'm in the driver's seat of so much of how I feel in mind, body, and spirit. And it's all comes down to what I'm putting in my body.
Yeah, the eating disorders, we talked about this earlier, but they always seem to me to be the most intractable of all the kind of addiction models. And really debilitating for people and hard to transition out of. Is that your experience, or?
It was 100% the hardest prison to liberate myself from, without a doubt, because it's you have to eat. You can't, abstinence isn't an option. And it's such a fundamentally, at least what helped me find my way out was realizing this is a fundamentally spiritual malady that I'm grappling with here. This is not about control. That I will find my freedom from this in letting go and surrendering and trusting, which when you grow up with eating disorders is antithetical to your entire.
'Cause it's all about control.
All about control, all about when I think about the role that my eating struggles played for me, and it really was, when it feels like your life is chaos and unpredictable and unsafe, and whatever it is that you're feeling, what is one thing that you do have tangible, measurable control over? Your body. And it becomes this punching bag, this whatever analogy you want to use. I disconnected so fundamentally from my body, I think fueled in part by the polypharmacy that I was on, and it was the only place where I felt like I had any measure of power was over my body. And now to be in this, just so far away from that, it's so far in my past how free I am from it, because to find your way out of that is agonizing and terrifying and takes so much trust and so much faith. And I'm deeply grateful to be free of that.
Were you sick all the time?
All the time. Chronic health issues, chronic metabolic. I was 70 pounds. I gained 70 pounds on psych meds. 70. I had chronic pain.
That must be tough when you got body dysmorphia.
Oh, yeah. Because I would swing, binge eating and then restricting and compulsive oh my gosh. I was always sick. I always had colds and bronchitis, metabolic issues. Holy moly, my metabolic issues on antipsychotics. I was always on antipsychotics. My hair was falling out, my nails were flaking off. I got autoimmune thyroiditis, which I have since reversed through nutrition, but lithium gave me that. And I remember at the time being basically told that I was overreacting for having an autoimmune condition. Oh, it's easily managed. Just we'll get you on Synthroid. Not a big deal. And now in retrospect, I'm like, how did I just, okay, doc. I was always sick. And I thought, oh, it's because I'm mentally ill, so I don't take care of myself, so I don't, you know, blah, 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 blah. And now I see it's a combination of diet and the polypharmacy regimen. I mean, my body was just crying out for help for years.
Laura Delano, thank you so much for joining us. That was riveting. I appreciate it.
It's such an honor to be here, Secretary. Thanks for having me.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. Today, we're taking action to strengthen the safety of the American food supply. Families deserve safe food. At HHS, we set that standard and we enforce it. The FDA will, for the first time, continuously review chemicals already in our food, replacing a decades-old system with continuous oversight for the first time. We will evaluate the science on an ongoing basis. We'll identify the risks earlier and will act when necessary to protect the public health. We'll make our findings public. The American people have a right to see the data and understand the decisions and hold us accountable. We are also reevaluating two widely used food chemicals, BHT and ADA. BHT preserves fats and oils and appears in cereals, frozen foods, and packaged snacks. ADA is used in flour processing and appears in bread products and food contact materials. These substances are widely used, but that does not establish safety. We are taking a fresh look at that question. We're requesting data from researchers, industry, and the public through a formal request for information posting. If you have evidence on how these chemicals are used or how they affect human health, submit it through the Federal Register at regulations.gov. We will review the evidence and act based upon the science. We have also built a new prioritization tool to identify which chemicals require urgent review and to direct our resources where they matter most. We will publish a running list of chemicals under review so the public can track our work and see our decisions. This approach replaces a static system with continuous oversight. It replaces limited visibility with full transparency. It allows us to identify risks earlier and act before harm occurs. At HHS, we follow the evidence, we make our work visible, and we act to protect the American people. Under President Trump's leadership, we're raising the standard for food safety in this country, which is how we make America healthy again. Thank you.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary.
I'm Alex Adams, the Assistant Secretary for the Administration for Children and Families.
In November, President Trump issued the Fostering the Future executive order. First Lady Melania Trump took the lead and we acted. HHS launched a home for every child. The mission is clear: increase the number of foster homes, reduce the number of children waiting, cut red tape so states can invest in prevention, keep families together when we can, and when we cannot, place every child in a safe home fast.
We launched Home for Every Child. We set a goal of 10 states joining the initiative by the end of 2026. We reached that early. In just 6 months, 20 states have now joined us. Red states, blue states, states like Delaware, Utah, Maryland, and Mississippi, each one committed to increasing the number of homes available for children in care. States wanted to lead. They want to deliver for kids and families. So we are raising the bar and upping the ante.
Today, HHS launched the A Home for Every Child Innovation Challenge, a $7 million performance-based initiative to drive the results. We will reward states that achieve the highest home-to-child ratios and those that deliver the fastest improvements. This is a one-year challenge focused on measurable outcomes and real results. At HHS, we're driving excellence, and we know a little healthy competition will help us get there.
We can achieve a 1-to-1 ratio, one home for every child, but we need every state in this effort. If your state is not in, now is the time. Join us.
Let's increase the number of homes. Let's reduce the number of children in need. Let's create a country where we have more homes waiting for kids than kids waiting for homes. Thank you.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and I'm here in Los Angeles today with Los Angeles County Supervisor Catherine Barger and my co-chair at the White House Great American Recovery Initiative, Catherine Burgum. We came to Los Angeles today because they have the largest healthcare system in the country, the largest system for treating addiction, substance abuse, and mental health. And they're doing it in a way that is a model now for the rest of the country. And we wanted to see the many, many innovations that they've used to really treat their population. They have the highest mental health problem in the country, but also the most innovative and resourceful way of treating mental health and substance abuse issues. They have 90 different providers, and one of their central innovations is value-based care, so that those providers get paid for actually helping the addict get better and achieving recovery in those in that addict. And talk to us a little bit about how you do that.
Well, first of all, thank you for being here. It's an honor to represent a county that really is innovative in how we are going about providing services. We recognize it's not a one-size-fits-all. It's about meeting the needs of the individuals that are facing addiction and mental health struggles. And so our models really are based on working with both faith-based, nonprofits, school-based, very important, and peer-to-peer. I'm working to collaborate to make sure that we do a holistic approach to how we treat mental health and substance abuse. And it's an honor to work with your team to make that happen. So I thank you for providing the resources to allow us to have the flexibility to try innovative treatment and services that are really going to make a difference.
And I'm grateful to be here with everyone today. And I'm looking forward to taking what we learned today back to the team and focusing on how we can incorporate so many of these innovative ideas into the Great American Recovery Initiative.
Thank you all very much.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Mr. Gilly empties the trash cans into his truck. What does he do? Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. I'm here in Toledo, Ohio today at the Clever Bee Academy, which is one of the 3 Head Start programs here in Toledo. Takes care of over 300 kids. I'm here with Katie Mackinac, who's the director of the center, and Alex Adams, who's the Assistant Secretary for the Administration for Children and Families.
What I saw here is what I see across Head Start. I see engaged staff, happy children, and most importantly, a commitment to health and nutrition and well-being across the lifespan.
We are beyond excited to have both of these gentlemen in our presence today, and for our children and our staff to be able to see the leadership in action.
Mr. Bobby's shaking hands.
We just had a wonderful tour of this facility. We saw today the commitment of these incredible teachers.
Secretary Kennedy and I are honored today to say Clever Bee has been awarded $30,000 as a supplemental nutrition grant.
So we were very excited to find out today that we were awarded the grant to improve our kitchens and improve our gardens outside. So we are definitely going to be adding some new materials. Our teachers work every day and our advocates work every day to make the children and the families' lives just a little bit better, a little bit every day.
It brings families together, and it gives all of these kids a new lease on life. When they go to kindergarten, they're ahead of the kids who did not get Head Start.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. I'm here in Cleveland, Ohio, with the CEOs of the biggest hospitals in Cleveland, University Hospital, Metro Health System, and of course, the Cleveland Clinic.
Everything that you see here is a Cleveland Clinic.
I had an extraordinary tour today. I got to be in an operating theater during a robotic open heart surgery that wasn't actually open heart because they don't need it with robots.
No, this is a running computer.
And I got to see the biggest quantum computer in the world that used exclusively for medical purposes, and it allows innovation at a scale that we've never seen before. I have so much hope for our system after meeting with these CEOs today. They're all committed to preventative care, to primary care, to family-based care, and to outcome-based or value-based care models.
Value-based care, the notion of quality divided by cost, is actually something that you could program in through innovation.
That's so critical for our patients and will help us transform the U.S. healthcare system from one that's just based on sick care to one that truly promotes wellness.
Mr. Secretary spent a great deal of time understanding how we can use basic approaches to help move the needle on chronic conditions, starting with the food as medicine approach and collaborative care.
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for spending time in Cleveland. And I hope that we're able to demonstrate that we can provide exceptionally good care for all people that we treat.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm happy to be in Cleveland.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Otis, and this is Sunny.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and I'm here at Hope Recovery Center's Recovery Farm. And I'm with Stephanie Robinson, who is the director of the center.
So, welcome. This is a recovery community center.
This is a model center for addiction treatment for alcohol response that has sober housing, it provides jobs, it has community-based recovery, it has whole family recovery.
This is our pro-social space. We do a lot of pro-social activities.
We're just grateful to be here with you, Secretary. It's been just a great day to highlight our Recovery Community Center that has pro-social activities, meetings, and supports multiple pathways, and our Recovery Farm that supports workforce development, combating local food insecurities, and recovery housing. And we are just here to support people and help them access recovery and stay in recovery and become stronger individuals, stronger families, and build stronger communities.
It's a model of the kind of system that gives addicts and alcoholics the capacity to help each other with recovery with a little bit of help and encouragement by the government. And these are the kind of centers that we're trying to replicate and scale around the country. Thank you, Stephanie.
Yes.
It's been wonderful spending the
Thank
day
you
with
so much.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary, and I'm here in Milan, Ohio on Chef's Garden Farm with one of the owners. I met many Joneses today. This is Bob Jones. But there's the Jones Family Enterprise and Amanda Garment, who runs the Culinary Vegetable Institute here. And I had an extraordinary experience today of tasting vegetables as if I was tasting them for the first time. And they all had taste that just exploded in my mouth.
How did you like it?
Crazy good.
Incredible, right?
And that taste is related directly to the nutrient content of those plants. And this is what this farm specializes in, is restoring the old nutrients. Those nutrients are linked to the microbiome, the health of the soil.
At the Chef's Garden, we think that healthy soil makes healthy food, which makes healthy people.
A teaspoon of healthy soil has more microbiological organisms within it than there are people on the surface of the earth. It's an amazing science that we're still trying to better understand.
This part here is kind of the science piece, but people don't eat nutrients, they eat foods. So I'm the bridge between the science world and getting it to our plate.
And this farm, which is its own laboratory, supplies the greatest chefs in our country and chefs all over the world. It ships to 50 states. The chefs come here and experiment with food. This Culinary Vegetable Kitchen. When chefs come in here from New York and Los Angeles or France or wherever,
What is their reaction to this place?
I think we saw it even today. Wow.
It's like Disneyland for them.
Yeah, they have all the materials and ingredients to make delicious dishes to experiment here in the kitchen, but also to bring back to their home.
Well, thank you very much. If we're going to make America healthy again, we got to start with the soil and with farmers like these.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
There is a lot of hope. There are companies that are showing leadership and using sustainable and alternative materials that are free of these chemicals. They're thinking about a new way. And part of the reason we're stuck is there's some entrenched interests that are keeping, or they're holding on, gripping on tight to the $500 billion a year industry, and they're costing human health in the process.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Secretary Kennedy podcast. Today, my guest is Leo Trisande, who is a pediatrician and one of the country's leading experts on environmental health and toxic exposures. He's a full professor at NYU, and he's the director of the Grossman Center for the Study of Environmental Hazards. His work focuses on how substances in our food and our air and water, especially microplastics, affect our children's health and contribute to chronic disease. Dr. Trisande has helped bring national attention to the hidden costs of these exposures, both in human health and in economic terms. His perspective is especially important as we launch a new effort at HHS to better understand and reduce these risks. Welcome to the show.
Delighted to be here with you.
And so, I first met you when we made our announcement about we're going to spend a lot of money now, $100 million, to study microplastics for the first time, and particularly the fate in your body.
Right.
Because we know that microplastics are now ubiquitous in the environment. And talk about that for a minute. How dramatic has the increase been in our environment and also in our bodies?
Well, plastics truly represent a multidimensional and urgent threat to human health. When you boil down plastics, there are multiple layers. We're talking about macroplastics that you see on the beaches and in sea turtles. You're talking about micro nanoplastics, visible and invisible materials. But where we've really recognized the urgent threat to each of us of plastics in our lives were the chemicals in plastic. We know that there are 16,000 chemicals, synthetic chemicals, that are in plastic. We don't know anything about 10,000 of them. What little we know about the 6,000 is that they harm wildlife and they harm human health. In particular, the evidence is extremely strong for the effects of plastic chemicals on our hormones. These are our natural signaling molecules that underlie basic biological functions: temperature, metabolism, salt, sugar, and even sex. And the impacts run from cradle to grave and womb to tomb. We're talking about, I'm going to just focus here on the chemicals with the greatest evidence. Bisphenols used in polycarbonate plastics, phthalates used in personal care products, cosmetics, and food packaging. We're also talking about per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, the non-stick forever chemicals profiled in Mark Ruffalo's movie Dark Waters from a large contaminated population in West Virginia.
Yeah, I was actually an attorney on that case.
Thank you for all your support and leadership in that regard. It really helped move the needle. And it was those studies in West Virginia that set the foundation. Those were very high level exposures, as you know. Now we know that extremely low levels of exposure that we commonly see in blood testing that the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention run through the National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey. These are exposures that literally affect us all. We assumed at first that only the dose made the thing a poison. This is a notion that was first discussed in 1500s by a Swiss philosopher named Paracelsus. And the idea was that, okay, a little bit of everything will be fine. if you will. Our bodies can adjust. Homeostasis was the common cry in that regard. But we realize that at extremely low levels of exposure to a host of chemicals, metals, lead, methyl mercury, pesticides, and flame retardants, can have significant consequences, the biggest consequences at those extremely low levels of exposure. We're talking about grains of sand in the Sahara or grains of salt in the Olympic sized swimming pool, if you will, extremely low levels of exposure based on the principles of endocrinology, because our hormones, our natural molecules, run around in those same levels of exposure. And whether the chemicals are competing with hormones directly or they're changing mechanisms behind the scenes and how our genes are expressed, they're affecting us all. We're talking about, just to start in the cradle, we're talking about babies being born too soon. Phthalates, these chemicals that are used in commonly in food packaging, contribute to 50,000 premature births in the US each year. We're talking about kids who are born with inadequate brain development as a result of that, and they're less well able to perform in school and less well able to perform in the economy. And there are additional healthcare costs that are directly related to those toxic exposures. And I'll talk about that. I can talk about that a little bit later. But just to move along the lifespan, we're talking about babies being born too small as well. Those nonstick chemicals, the PFAS that we just talked about, they shrink growth such that the baby is metabolically programmed to come out of the womb in an avid, calorie rich environment. They gain too much weight as a result because their thermostat is just set the wrong way, and they accrue more fat than, people who are not exposed to these chemicals are experiencing. And so we know that there are at least 50, perhaps 100 or more chemicals that literally make us fatter, many of which are plastic chemicals. And the impacts, I'm as a pediatrician, I'm always going to say kids are uniquely vulnerable. Pound for pound, they eat more food, drink more water, breathe more air, so they're uniquely susceptible. Their organ systems are also just being primed. And so if you disrupt that, there are lifelong and permanent consequences of those toxic exposures that can arise. But to be perfectly candid, Secretary, we are all susceptible to these chemicals. For example, again, the PFAS are associated in multiple studies with diabetes, incident diabetes in adults who've actually lost weight through a healthy diet and physical activity intervention. They've gained more weight back. And then when they looked for a mechanism, they realized that the resting metabolic rate was lower in those highly exposed subpopulations. So they had drawn serum right after they had lost the weight, working hard to keep healthy, and they ended up gaining more weight back as a result of that PFAS exposure. We know that bisphenols also contribute to incident diabetes. We have a large body of evidence now that reproductive development is particularly harmful. We are dealing with increases in infertility across the US population. We know, for example, that again, phthalates are antagonists to the male sex hormone, and those impacts on the male sex hormone lead to a reduction in what we call anogenital distance. And the anogenital distance you're born with is the anogenital distance in a population that you'll have as an adult. Mini puberty, there's a period in infancy where you can change that a little bit because there's a surge of sex hormones. But we know that if you're born with that AGD, you're more likely to have a short AGD in adulthood. And men with short AGD, because of an imbalance of male and female sex hormone factors, are more likely to have infertility, lower sperm count, and even cardiovascular risk. So we're talking about a broad range of consequences. We know that hormone sensitive cancers are directly related to plastic chemicals. We know that bisphenols are synthetic estrogens that can have ovarian impacts. They PFAS have been associated with incident breast cancer. So again, we're talking about impacts that run the entire lifespan. Um, Cardiovascular disease, again, nothing I'm talking about mitigates the importance of healthy diet and physical activity in combating the obesity and diabetes twin pandemics. But we know that phthalates contribute to inflammation in the coronary arteries. They can contribute to cardiovascular mortality. We've identified that 50,000 Americans between the ages of 55 and 64 die early because of cardiovascular disease, costing the economy roughly $20 billion a year. So those are just some illustrative impacts. And that's just talking about really the chemicals that are either additives to plastic materials, monomers in plastic materials. These are, mind you, plastics are long polymers. They're rather boring polymers compared to DNA. DNA has four AGCT, in the system. You can vary it a little bit. Polymer chemistry is essentially the same molecule being strung over billions of times. And we assumed for many years that plastics were what you might call inert, that they didn't break down as part of the natural process, contact with food, contact with the environment, with the water supply. And yet we know now, unfortunately, that these chemicals leach directly into our bodies.
You're talking about PFAS and PFOAs, and these are and what we call forever chemicals.
Yes.
And these are the plastic constituents. They can also be in flame retardants, as you pointed out, and in glues, and those are also ubiquitous in the environment. Um, but talking, one of the interesting things that I learned when we did the Dark Waters case is how dangerous these particular molecules are, because your body has such difficulty excreting them, and that's one of the reasons they call them forever chemicals. Can you explain that?
Sure. So the earliest PFAS that were in manufacture were what we call 8 to 12 carbon chains of molecules. So carbon atoms. I don't mean to make, I mean, my undergraduate degree is in chemistry, so I'm going to sometimes sneak in a little chemistry and nerd out a bit. But just to take a step back, these are 8 carbon molecules, and that carbon fluorine bond that makes these per and polyfluoroalkyl substances is extremely what we call polar. It stretches out. The electron energy is distributed in a way that makes it so that materials don't stick. That's really what, in the end, in the polymer chemistry, makes them such useful materials.
That's why they put it on your frying pan.
That's right.
And that's why you should use an iron skillet.
I love cast iron and stainless steel. Last I checked, olive oil was good for your heart. So there you go.
So go ahead. Why does that leave your body?
Well, that carbon fluorine bond also makes it hard to get out of the body because your kidney doesn't really know what to do. In fact, it'll actually get excreted and then reabsorbed into the bloodstream. So the body actually has this uncanny ability to recirculate some of these longer chain PFAS in particular. Now, as attention with your leadership has been placed on what we call these long chain PFAS, there are now 16,000 PFAS out there. The chemical industry is very adept.
That's because every time we get one banned, they alter a couple of molecules on it and then sell the same thing. And then it takes us 10 years to prove that it's doing the exact same thing as the predecessor chemical.
I don't mean to laugh. I think it's tragic that we have this problem. We literally whack the mole. That's a theme in the field that I study. It keeps me gainfully employed in ways that I'd rather be put out of business, if you will, not having to deal with these chemical compounds that the industry keeps modifying, and we have to keep following a tiger that's getting loose. And in that regard, it's what's really unfortunate is we've gone so far to get some of the longer chain PFAS out of manufacture This was through a voluntary agreement between EPA and the industry some years ago. And now the chemical industry has developed what we call these shorter chain, these smaller, slimmer molecules. Now, they aren't living in the body forever the same way. They actually are being excreted a lot more readily, but they're so ubiquitous in their exposure that they're having the same impact as the older PFAS. And, I can go through examples with bisphenols and phthalates where we have the same old story where the chemistry gets modified. We find out the effects of one chemical. That's what really accelerated the change. And then we realize that the new replacement is as problematic, if not more so, than the old one.
You mentioned fertility. And I, by virtue of me being the secretary of HHS, I also sit on the Social Security Administration board, which means I have to go to a meeting once a year. And in the meeting, they talk about, one of the things they do at the meeting is they talk about the life of the Social Security Trust Fund. So when is Social Security going to run out of money? And one of the key metrics that they have to know in order to make that prediction is the fertility rate in American children. So they do a lot of data collection on fertility. And the fertility levels that we came up with in this last meeting a couple of weeks ago were stunning and historical. And everybody in that room who understood the implications was in shock because we went from 1.9, which is already extremely low, to 1.75, and it was the greatest drop in fertility that has been seen in human history.
2 is the replacement rate.
Right.
that
2
we
is the
think about.
replacement rate, and they actually believe that we're somewhere around 1.4 because there's data manipulation. So it has all these kind of economic implications,
Mhm.
like, our ability to support Medicare, and the date when the Social Security Trust Fund is gonna run out of money. But it also has all other kinds of implications about, families and about, just the way that we live our lives. You're seeing young people's behavior change, and we're seeing that, you know, we can't explain exactly why fertility is decreasing because, as you know, there are thousands of exposures that are endocrine disruptors that
Right.
are disrupting it. But clearly, plastics and microplastics are part of that picture.
Absolutely.
And male sperm counts, I think, in this country are down 50% for teenage males. I read the other day that teenage males today have less sperm than the average 65-year-old American man. And testosterone rates are dropping. And then you see female fertility issues too, like nothing
Right.
that we've ever seen before. Will you talk about that?
Yeah. So the reality here is that um, it's as much a problem for fertility as it is a marker of chronic disease, because we know that obesity and diabetes and cardiovascular disease are also impairing fertility. And you talk about the replacement rate. When you have a chronic disease epidemic bearing down on the population, that means that the ability of the population that's alive to serve the economy in a way that keeps that engine going, that generates revenue for the Medicare trust fund to stay solvent, you have almost the perfect, if you have a collapse from two different ends, if you will, as a result.
And the Medicare Trust Fund at this point, just so that people know, is scheduled to go bankrupt in 2033.
That's not making me very comfortable.
Well, we
Yeah.
we can't afford to move that up
Right,
at all.
exactly.
So go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. So, you know, we have to really take a step back here and go to Adam Smith, the father of modern economics at some level. So you make a product to earn a buck. No one here, I myself here is a pediatrician who studies environmental hazards. I'm not trying to impugn.
Yeah, but you're supposed to pay for all the costs of getting that product, building it, and getting it to market.
Right.
And what the plastic industry does is it externalizes that cost.
You nailed it.
And it put the cost on the American people so that they get to avoid the cost and they get to outcompete their competitors in the packaging industry. And we end up paying for their profits essentially,
I've
which
taught
gives them that huge advantage in the marketplace.
Yeah, I've taught undergraduates and graduate students at NYU for over a decade about the fact that Adam Smith is rolling over in his grave about externalities, because if you're a nerdy economist, you realize that that means you overproduce the materials above the market equilibrium, and the cost is lower than the true social cost. So it's really not the way the market should work, period.
It's a market failure.
It's a market failure, quite simply.
Right. The ability for companies, for the plastic industry to externalize their costs means they're not functioning in a free market economy. In a true free market, you can't make yourself rich without making your neighbors rich and without enriching your community. But what all polluters do is they escape the discipline of the free market and force the public to pay their production costs. And, in a true free market economy, there should be incentive. The incentives, you want to punish bad behavior and
Right.
reward good behavior. But if bad behavior is not punished, if it just goes for free, then you're going to get a compounding effect. And that's what we're seeing with, every time we catch them, they just produce a new molecule that does the exact same thing, and they're getting away with it.
Yeah, I've spent my nearly my entire career studying and quantifying these externalities. I'm an epidemiologist. I'm still a pediatrician, so I still wear those hats. But what we first did back in 2015 was document for a limited number of conditions, a limited number of chemicals, the social costs of endocrine disrupting chemicals. And what's frightening when you take a comparison of Europe to the United States is that policies predict exposures, exposures contribute to disease, and disease ultimately costs us all. So in the European Union, the cost of endocrine disrupting chemicals about 163 billion euro, 1.2% of gross domestic product, nothing to laugh at. In the US, using similar methodology, $340 billion.
And what's the difference in Europe? They have taxes on producers. So that if a producer introduces a product like packaging into the stream of commerce, they have to pay for its recovery.
Yep.
And so they're incentivized to not only to recycle and to reuse, but also to reduce the amount of plastics. In Europe, you can't, I remember that you used to be able to buy a CD in this country that's this big, but it would come in a package this big.
Mhm.
And we've all gotten Amazon boxes with a little tiny, item in there that are filled this high with peanuts.
Right.
Oh, styrofoam peanuts. And in Europe, they would never do that because it would eat up their profits because they got to dispose of every one of those peanuts.
Right.
And that's why in Europe, they don't have landfills like we have. The Fresh Kills landfill is the highest point on the East Coast of North America.
Yeah.
Because we're subsidizing the disposal of garbage and packaging. And in Europe, they don't do that. They force the guy who introduces that into the stream of commerce to pay for its recovery or its disposal. And that means you get products there that are not ornately wrapped.
Right.
Because that wrapper is costing them. Here, the taxpayer is paying for that wrapper.
Yeah. So flame retardants, for example, just to build on that, were roughly 2/3 of that $340 billion, 200 some odd billion dollars. The costs in Europe, because they didn't require it be added to, again, this is a plastic related cost because they were adding it to polyurethane foam in the United States under the guise that you were going to
Fire safety.
correct. They were going to slow the spread of fires, and you were going to save kids' lives. They were
Meanwhile, it killed a lot of firemen.
Sadly, it didn't do any good. It didn't save any
It gave
lives.
cancer. You have all these firemen now who are suffering from testicular cancer because of the chafing from the fire gear.
Well, the biggest cost of all was the developing brains of young children because baby relies on mom's thyroid hormone through the second trimester of pregnancy. And this is the sad part, is that obstetricians, they don't see the effects because the impacts of, even in the clinically normal range of thyroid hormone, even subtle changes in thyroid hormone function contribute to cognitive deficits, autism, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. So what you see is a silent epidemic of kids with lower IQs in the United States compared to Europe as a result of that legacy of exposure. So, just to put this in context for the audience, a kid loses an IQ point, mom doesn't notice,
Nobody
pediatrician,
notices.
nobody notices.
You
Teacher
know,
doesn't notice, no offense.
Back in the 1980s, we got leaded gasoline out of the gasoline, and as a direct result from that, the national average IQ went up 2 points.
Yep.
And I remember talking to an epidemiologist at that time, and he said you could lose 5 IQ points across an entire population. Nobody would notice. But
getting let out
you're
of
crippling that society.
That's right. But getting let out of gasoline and paint provided a $200 billion to this day economic stimulus package because each IQ point is roughly worth 2% of a child's lifetime economic productivity. And if on average they make $1 million, excuse me, I'm mixing my millions and my billions, haven't had enough coffee. That's $20,000. You multiply that up around 4 million kids born in the US each year, you get a lot of zeros on the right side. And, we should have learned from the success story, the public health victory of getting let out of gasoline and paint. But here we are, just to use flame retardants as an example, and you see this disparity where Europe only has $9 billion or so in costs, and the US suffers $200 billion in lost economic productivity and other costs associated just with flame retardants because they're being added to these plastic foams.
I remember seeing also studies from the lead in the gasoline because lead caused behavioral issues too, and it caused violence.
Yes.
And that generation was the most violent generation in American history. We had the riots and, crime rates going through the roof. And when the lead came out, it was coterminous with a reduction in a lot of that violence. But I'm wondering if the same thing is going on with plastics, as plastics are not just causing physical problems. There are behavioral issues as well, and, that they may be connected to ADHD and depression and, like you said, autism.
So, in many ways, it's a good analogy because plastics is like a lead moment. Back in the 70s, we didn't have perfect science. We had a few studies that were very suggestive of cognitive impacts and behavioral impacts in kids. But the adage is you look at the stakes involved in the problem. When Sir Austin Bradford Hill, this British physician who described the criteria for causality, he was doing it during the tobacco wars. Mind you, talk about another group of industrial activities that
And
have
for
had
people
their
who don't know,
impacts.
the Bradford Hill criteria it's a schematic for proving causation. It's a series of questions that you need to answer in order to prove that a certain exposure results in kidney cancer or whatever the outcome that you're looking for is. And it's used in court it's used throughout medicine.
It's
It's
used around
used throughout the
medicine as well.
regulatory approval process, but it's also used in court cases to show causation.
And where it's gotten manipulated over the years is we've
Yes.
assumed that we have to have a randomized controlled trial to prove an effect. You're never going to be able to design, you can maybe reduce exposures to plastics, let's say, in people's lives and follow the populations and see what happens. But in the context of all the different plastic exposures, those are hard to control. And you compare that to a drug trial where you're intentionally giving for benefit a pharmaceutical to a population, you can have a proper control group, if you will. That's just not going to happen when it comes to chemical exposures. So we have to look at observational evidence and we have to, again, use what you talked about, the Bradford Hill criteria. You see what happens in laboratory animals and tissues. You look at consistency across different observational populations, people you look at, and yes, you're not going to have that proper control group, the unexposed control group. But when you look at the evidence for plastics in human health, you have that independent corroboration. Just to give you an example, for phthalates and brain development, phthalates are also thyroid hormone disruptors, by the way, and they're linked to cognitive
And that's in
deficits.
plastic packaging.
That's right. They make plastic softer. Those
Yeah,
PVC
so
pipes.
even if you buy hamburger meat, it comes with that plastic wrapper on it. That is going to be loaded with phthalates.
That usually is the case, or at least I haven't seen industry proof that they've taken it out altogether. Let's just put it that way. And so, in this large Dutch cohort where we looked at phthalate exposure supported by the National Institutes of Health, mind you, so I want to give due credit where credit is due. It's that science that really brought us to a place where we understood the impacts on human health. We not only found decreases in IQs through neuropsychological testing, these are psychologists who are testing how kids are performing on various tests and things. They looked at the brains using magnetic resonance imaging, and they found smaller brains. And when you connect the dots, and they did statistical tests to try to explain the pathway, the loss of gray matter, if you will, the smaller gray matter, smaller total brain volume, excuse me, was what explained a lot of the effects on IQ. So there's two things going on here. You have an explanatory path, and thyroid is part of that explanatory path. It's part of the mechanistic insight that really gives us the evidence, the strong evidence, the rigor and reproducibility. And you have different ways of measuring the same outcome, giving you the same readout. So when Sir Austin Bradford Hill talked about, the criteria for causality, he always talked about it as shades of gray. There are things we still don't know, Mr. Secretary, about lead and their impact on the general population. But now we've accumulated all this evidence that tells us that that was the right thing to do at the time. And so you have to weigh the stakes of the action together with the available evidence, because it's never going to be perfect lest you have another generation of people who are exposed to the same toxic exposures.
I do want to just say a word for Herbert Needleman,
Yes.
who was, he was this very tenacious, courageous scientist who was the first one to link lead to the loss in IQ and all these behavioral issues. And he was, as predictably, vilified, and his career was almost destroyed. And he was marginalized and censored and ridiculed,
Yep.
and by
His
the
cabinets
press,
were
by the
locked.
mainstream press, by television and radio and the newspapers, and the industry was funding all under the sub rows of funding to destroy him the same way they did with Rachel Carson
Yeah.
and anybody who challenges these paradigms.
Well, science is inherently political, and I appreciate this in the field, having learned from Dr. Needleman's legacy, that you have to develop a bit of a tough skin and appreciate that these industries are profiting, if you will. And again, I don't disabuse myself of the fact that people have to profit in life. But to give you a statistic that puts it in context, the plastics industry global revenue, this is like all across the world, is 500 billion or so dollars. We did a series of studies built on that endocrine disrupting chemical evidence that I talked about earlier, that $340 billion US cost. We had some other data for PFAS, some other data for phthalate impacts that we had later identified. So, mind you, this is like 20 or so chemicals that we were able to isolate, a subset of diseases due to the few chemicals we studied, and a subset of costs due to the few diseases, due to the few chemicals we studied. So, this is an underestimate of an underestimate of an underestimate. And we found the costs were $250 billion a year in the US
Well, that's
population
the subsidy that the industry is getting from us. Half of their revenues are subsidies.
off of our skin. So, at some level, this industry, I hate to say it, is a bit of a loser. I'm not going to call anybody a loser. That's rude. But I am going to acknowledge that we need to change our ways. And, we can talk about this later on, but there is a lot of hope. There are companies that are showing leadership and using sustainable and alternative materials that are free of these chemicals. They're thinking about a new way. And part of the reason we're stuck is there's some entrenched interests that are keeping or they're holding on, gripping on tight to the $500 billion a year industry, and they're costing human health in the process.
Talk about the principal vectors by which microplastics get into the human body. And first of all, quantify how much plastic are we all carrying around right now, and particularly in our brain.
So there are people who've attacked Matt Campen at the University of New Mexico for this estimate that it's a proverbial tablespoon of plastic in the human
In the
brain,
brain.
of micro
So
nanoplastics.
every American on average has about a teaspoon.
If it's a teaspoon or a tablespoon, it almost doesn't matter. I think the point that it is that it's there and it's there in
In our
substantial
brains.
quantities. Now,
It's like 1% of the volume of the human brain, right?
but even if it were 0.1, Mr. Secretary,
point-
we could even move the decimal one way or the other. And mind you, the controversy, the attacks he's gotten are that fat can be, when you put it on the instrument that you use to measure micro nanoplastics, gives you what we call a polyethylene is a form of plastic, a polyethylene signature in the machine readout that is clouded by the same signature you'd be looking for the polyethylene plastics, the micro nanoplastics. Suffice it to say that even if I don't even want to have that debate because it's not worth having. It's there. And it's there in substantial levels. And mind you, the higher levels were associated with dementia in those populations, decedent brains with higher micro nanoplastics.
The people, the cadavers.
Correct.
Who had dementia had consistently much higher levels of microplastics in their brain.
And then they looked temporally based upon the year of death. They had an annotated archive and they showed a trajectory that was upward. So it could be 0.1, it could be 0.21, it could be 1. I at some point, I don't really care. I think I care about what's happening to the human body at some level.
And there's no way that we know of this time of chelating it out of your body.
At the present time, no, but we'll talk a little bit about the STOMP initiative, I assume, and the opportunities to look at things like that. But this is prevention is the cure.
Right, prevention is the cure. Let me get back to my original question, which so the audience can know what to avoid. What are the primary vectors? Is it bottled water? Is it eating fish with microplastics in it? What are the primary vector? Is it cooking with nonstick surfaces? What are the worst ones?
It's a great question, and I actually don't have the percentages to give you because we haven't done a national human exposure assessment study for about a couple decades, unfortunately. I mean, I'm hoping perhaps Administrator Zeldin might be interested in pushing that forward because we could really do a study of dust, of water, of food packaging, of air, and really integrate the totality of exposure so we can tease that out. But I can give you top line.
And do you do that with animal model studies or?
You would do in people's homes.
Okay.
Survey them the way you knock on doors and take 100 people from one part of the country, 100 people from another.
And then what do you do, a blood test or?
Well, you would do dust levels, water levels,
Oh,
urine
okay.
levels, serum levels. You would look at a lot of different tissues, and integrate the data and see what you would find out and which
Okay.
signals are really ticking up people's exposures.
So what is your guess
Yeah,
then?
I think food's number one. If I'm going to, I'm not a person who wagers, but food packaging and food contact materials are likely the biggest source. I would say, and I think this is multidimensional threat, as I talked about. So I'm giving you the best available data based on the chemicals more than the micro nanoplastics. Um, we don't actually have a lot of data right now about the sources of micro nanoplastics exposures. What I can tell you is when it comes to plastic chemicals, there's enough PFAS in the water supply of 150 million Americans, such that the National Academy of Sciences suggests clinical testing for these populations. And I'd argue suggests the opportunity for water filtration and steps because you can improve lipid levels, you can reduce the risk of thyroid cancer or thyroid dysfunction. Sorry, it's actually not thyroid cancer, kidney and testicular cancer that have been
All right.
increased
Kidney
most
cancer was the
definitively.
outcome we sued in the Dark Waters case.
Right. And so I can tell you that dermal exposure is an unappreciated route. I'm a runner. Well, running requires often a lot of, you know, materials that are tightly adherent to the skin. The way the designers have developed them over the years is mostly polyester or nylon. I have adapted a lot more towards cotton, or at least using an inner layer that's natural to try to avoid that. But that gives you an example. Cosmetics are a major source of exposure, and that's because things just absorb into the skin quite readily. Thermal paper receipts are, unfortunately, a significant source of bisphenol exposure, because that is a polycarbonate film that is often. I think some of the industries will debate whether it's still polycarbonate. I'd like to see the data, and then I'll back off the claim when that's really given to me. But you touch that material, particularly if you use like hand sanitizer or alcohol or lotions, that will also facilitate the absorption into the skin and ultimately directly into the serum. It bypasses the liver, so the first time around the body, it can have an even more significant effect. So we inhale these chemicals as well, and inhale, particularly a concern about micro nanoplastics is that these act like particles. That's the big debate here too, is when we're talking about micro nanoplastics on the one hand and chemicals in plastic on the other, are they toxic drug delivery systems for the chemicals? Or are the particles like punching bags or literally fists hitting tissue and being wrecking balls directly? That's akin to what we thought particulate matter was doing to contribute to lung cancer, asthma, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and such. That's where the Stomp initiative can break a lot of ground because from a scientific perspective, I can't tell you what those micro nanoplastics are doing. Mind you, we use in medicine micro nanoplastics as drug delivery systems. Those sustained release capsules are plastic particles. Now, you know, that might make people shudder a little bit, but the intent is to actually deliver beneficial drugs to tissues. But that's just the imaginative perspective I can give you in that these micro nanoplastics are not inert, and they are good at delivering chemicals on the one hand beneficial when it comes to pharmaceuticals like omeprazole or what have you, and on the other hand toxic chemicals like phthalates or bisphenols.
You mentioned a couple of times Stomp, and just so the audience knows,
Sure.
that's a program that we announced from ARPA-H, which is part of my agency, and it develops cutting edge solutions, and it can act very, very quickly. It's very nimble, and we're putting $145 million into that to look for the first time at the fate of various kind of plastics in the human body. And so, there are, as you said, thousands of constituents, and there are different families of plastics, and some of them may be inert. Some of them we know are very, very dangerous, and yet we don't know what different ones do and where they lodge and what kind of harm they do. And so, for the first time, we're going to have that map, and we're going to be able to characterize it. Um, but talk for a minute about plastic water bottles.
Yeah, so plastic water bottles, I wrote in my book Sicker, Fatter, Poorer when I originally was just focused on endocrine disrupting chemicals as a broader issue, everything from pesticides to plastic to other materials. I talked then about the fact that you're in the car, you're going to grab a hot, water bottle that's been in the sun, and there's been a lot of weathering to that to that plastic bottle, and that plastic bottle is just not inert enough to handle it, and the plastic leaches in a variety of forms, micro nanoplastics, well, on this hand, and then chemicals as well. And that kind of leaching has been very well described, and it's probably an important source and contributor. It's probably that's a big reason why I drink from other materials, stainless steel water bottles. If I'm getting on a plane, I'm gonna clear security with an empty water bottle or have some ice in it and then top it up with water so I can get where I'm going. And often when you're buying a plastic water bottle, you're really buying not the water, but the plastic bottle.
Right.
Um,
Because the water is free. It's
right,
coming out of the ground or it's coming from the tap and they're treating it slightly for nothing.
right.
You're paying for the packaging. You're paying for the plastic bottle and the cardboard case that it comes in.
That's absolutely right. I mean, as I was alluding to there, every water supply is a little bit different. So there are certain circumstances where you might not want to pour from the tap, or you might want to filter your water, or even more aggressively use like a reverse osmosis filter if you have a significant PFAS contamination issue. But buying that plastic water bottle and assuming it's free of toxic chemicals is maybe a bit foolish to assume
How about
because,
the big plastic bottles that people put in the little water machine?
well, those have a recycling number 7 and sometimes have polycarbonate in them, and polycarbonate is a polymer of bisphenols typically.
And is there a difference when you buy a gallon jug of water? Some of the water bottles are cloudy and some of them are clear. Is there any difference between those two?
That's hard to say, unfortunately. All I can tell you is based on the recycling number. That's the number with 3 triangles in the middle. The ones I try to avoid across the board are 3, 6, and 7. 3 is for polyvinyl chloride, which includes phthalates as an additive typically. 6 is polystyrene. Styrene, the monomer, is a known carcinogen. And 7 is a bit of a hodgepodge class. I should take a step back and just clarify that it includes polycarbonate plastics and some bioplastics, but the specificity and the declaration on the label is a bit ambiguous. So I usually suggest avoiding 3, 6, and 7 in general. But also in general, I would suggest trying to use stainless steel or glass whenever possible.
Can you just talk a little bit more about endocrine disruptors?
So I'd start by saying there are safe and simple steps that we can all take to reduce endocrine disrupting chemical
And
exposure.
endocrine disruptors are chemicals that interact with our sexual development or our hormone system.
Any variety of hormones from temperature, metabolism, salt, sugar, and even sex are affected by these endocrine disrupting chemicals. And the good news is they're safe and simple steps that don't require PhD in chemistry and they don't have to break the bank. Reducing canned food consumption can reduce your bisphenol exposure. Besides thermal paper receipts, which we already talked about having as a potential source of bisphenol exposure. Avoiding microwaving and machine dishwashing plastics is important. We already talked about that hot water bottle bleaching plastic, micro nanoplastics, and chemicals of concern. We know that microwave and machine dishwashing plastic is just inviting at a molecular level, at an invisible level, these chemicals or micro nanoplastics to leach into food. Now, air is something to think about as well. During the pandemic, there were some studies done at Brown University that did greater air filtration and found PFAS, flame retardant, and phthalate levels to drop substantially. This was in concert with colleagues at Sound Spring Institute, a great research group that documented this. So, as much as we talk about infectious transmission being reduced by air filtration, you also have the benefits of reducing chemical exposure in the process. Um, in another setting, just taking healthy building materials and putting them into place can reduce dust levels of these chemicals as well. A little bit more of a higher level intervention, maybe a little bit more out of your control. But again, if you talk about reducing your canned food consumption, using more glass and stainless steel, last I checked, cast iron and stainless steel pans are not that much more expensive than nonstick cooking materials. Um, and not microwaving or machine dishwashing plastic, if I haven't talked about that already. These are steps, again, that don't have to break the bank. And, short-term changes have shown big impacts. There are studies that have shown 30 to 50% decreases in urinary levels. The phthalates and bisphenols, for example, in contrast to the forever chemicals, that we call them everywhere chemicals because they're everywhere and they recirculate in and out of the body super fast. Their half-lives, that's the time it takes to excrete about half of them, is 24 to 48 hours. So it shouldn't surprise you that if you take a dietary intervention in a high-income population or even in a low-income population, just reading the label and selecting cosmetics without the word phthalate, that's a mouthful to spell. PHTH is what I always tell people to look out for. Or fragrance. Fragrance is a big loophole, if you will, that you can drive a Mack truck through,
You
unfortunately.
should avoid phthalates. You should avoid fragrances when you get your cosmetic.
Yes, these short-term exposure reductions can, when sustained, change hormone levels in weeks, and then in the long term contribute to reductions in chronic disease risk. And when I wrote the book Sicker, Fatter, Poorer 7 years ago, that was the hope, was to get that message out there and change us from a situation where 1 to 2% of us know about it and bring us to 3 to 5%. And I'm really grateful, gratified to have your support and leadership in so many ways in this space, through the ARPA-H initiative, through listing microplastics in as water contaminants. The generally recognized as safe exemption is something that you've shown just some tremendous leadership in pushing out there, and I hope you keep pushing. There are a lot of petitions out there in the Food and Drug Administration that with your pen, you could get rid of so many of these chemicals that are in the food supply. Um, you have so much power, and this is a really crucial moment. I know you've got the support of so many people out there in the general public that are
And we're
really
working on it.
concerned. I appreciate that.
Dr. Leo Trisante is the director of the Grossman Center for the Study of Environmental Hazards at New York University. And thank you, Dr. Trisante, for joining me today.
It was an honor and joy to be with you. Thank you so much.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. I'm joined by Catherine Burgum, my fellow co-chair of President Trump's Great American Recovery Initiative. Today, HHS is launching a nationwide request for information on addiction, treatment, and recovery. We're asking the American people, especially people in recovery, frontline providers, and community leaders, to help shape a stronger national recovery strategy and transform how our country addresses addiction by submitting comments at federalregister.gov.
Since 2000, drug overdoses have claimed more than 1 million American lives. In 2024, nearly 8 in 10 Americans living with addiction did not receive treatment. Addiction has taken lives, destroyed potential, and devastated families and communities across our country.
Catherine and I have spent decades in recovery, so we know firsthand that recovery works. That experience drives President Trump's Great American Recovery Initiative, which for the first time treats addiction as the chronic disease that it is. We're shifting to a value-based care model that rewards lasting results, aligning incentives around recovery, long-term stability, and overall health instead of repeated cycles of detox, relapse, and reentry into care.
HHS has already taken major steps to expand evidence-based recovery nationwide. We launched a $45 million investment to expand sober housing services across the country. We are investing $100 million to prevent, test for, treat, and cure hepatitis C among people with the chronic disease of addiction and serious mental illness. HHS is also investing $100 million in the Streets program to reduce homelessness, combat opioid addiction, improve public safety, and support treatment, recovery, and long-term self-sufficiency. We have also made it easier for faith-based recovery providers to access federal funding.
Government cannot solve this crisis alone. We need to hear directly from you, and that's why we're asking Americans to share their ideas, their experiences, and their recommendations through this public request for information. We want to hear from people in recovery, families, doctors, nurses, researchers, public officials, faith leaders, treatment providers, and community organizations. Tell us what's working, what's failing, and how the federal government can better support treatment, recovery, and healing. Again, you can submit your comments at federalregister.gov. Together, we can save lives, restore families, rebuild communities, and make America healthy again. Thank you.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. I'm joined today by CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz. For years, Americans have walked into hospitals with no idea what their care would cost and walked out with medical bills that wiped out their savings. That ends now. Under President Trump's leadership, HHS is finally getting serious about hospital price transparency. The goal is simple: make healthcare more affordable by giving every American the ability to shop for care, compare prices, and make informed decisions before they set foot in a hospital. Price should never be a surprise. Cost should never be a barrier.
Since President Trump's first term, every hospital in America has been required to post their prices online publicly in a format anyone can access, showing what the hospital actually charges for every service it provides. Unfortunately, the Biden administration did not enforce these rules. It even told hospitals they could get away with ballpark estimates, not real prices. Immediately after returning, President Trump told us to fix that. So last year, Secretary Kennedy and I worked on regulations to get the real prices to you, the American people. We want to make it easy for you to compare hospital prices against other hospitals nearby so you can get the best care for you and your family. But you can't do that if hospitals aren't complying with our new requirements. Now, we told hospitals we would begin enforcing these rules on April 1st. Since then, our teams have been actively looking at thousands of hospitals to see if they are following the rules.
Consider this a formal notice to every hospital in America is still hiding prices from patients. We know who you are. Significant enforcement began 2 months ago. The grace period has ended. There are no further extensions. If your hospital is not yet in compliance, you are in violation of federal law.
To date, CMS has identified and sent letters to more than 500 hospital facilities who are not yet following the rules. Many of the hospitals are owned by large, well-resourced health systems, billion-dollar networks with armies of lawyers and compliance teams and lobbyists, and are still hiding their prices from the patients that they serve. That is unacceptable. If those hospitals do not come into compliance and transparently display their prices to patients, they will be fined to the fullest extent that the law allows. Federal fines accumulate every single day. Larger facilities can face penalties reaching $2 million for a single year of noncompliance.
Pharmaceutical companies, insurance companies, hospitals, no administration in history has done more to hold healthcare conglomerates accountable than the Trump administration. We will use every tool at our disposal to drive down costs for the American people.
Price transparency is central to President Trump's great healthcare plan to lower costs, reduce premiums, and put patients back in control.
Our message to hospitals is simple. Post your real prices, come into compliance immediately, or prepare for serious consequences. Don't wait for a penalty notice. By then, it may be too late.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The message that more people need to hear is the idea that a lot of these originate from natural primal practices that most people could do for free in their own backyard.
Hey, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Welcome to the Secretary Kennedy podcast. My guest today is Ben Greenfield. Ben is a professional athlete, a performance coach, leading voice in nutrition, fitness, and preventative health. He spent years helping people improve their health through diet, exercise, and daily habits, focusing on practical ways to build strength, resilience, and long-term wellness. And I really wanted you on here just to talk about biohacking, but we'll get to that in a minute. Before we started the show, you asked me about the heat in Washington. It's 90 degrees here today. And I said that, that I had been to a gym this morning that didn't have air conditioning.
Yeah.
And it was actually a good thing because it's good to work up a sweat.
Yeah.
You also were saying that it actually builds.
I mean, it's so there is, of course, like the increased mental demand of working out in the heat. But then if you look at what's occurring physiologically, and this is all fresh on my mind because my 18-year-old son was complaining the other day that the AC wasn't on in our gym at home in Idaho. And I told him the same thing I'll tell you. When you look at increased heat shock protein production, which basically increases cellular resilience. When you look at increased blood volume, which is one of the direct contributors to VO2 max. And probably most interestingly, when you look at, what Tour de France riders used to lay down in the back of buses to inject illegally, EPO, erythropoietin, like a precursor to red blood cells, all of that increases when you're working out in the heat. So if the AC is not on at the gym, you're basically getting a lot more out of what you're doing at the gym, even though it sucks a lot more.
You're an endurance athlete, right?
Former. I'm saying now I'm just kettlebells and walking.
What is the toughest thing that you've done?
I did 13 Ironman triathlons, Ironman World Championships 6 times, raced professionally in obstacle course racing for Spartan for 4 years.
And what is that?
Spartan is burpees and monkey bars and hauling sandbags up the side of mountains because they have every darn race at some kind of a ski resort at altitude, and typically running around a corner and coming face to face with whatever obstacle they've decided to build out in the forest or out in the middle of nowhere. And they range kind of like triathlon does from everywhere from like 30 minutes up to the death race, which was probably one of the harder events that I did, which was 3 days. And that was not in the heat. That was a winter death race, and it was out at the Spartan CEO Joe DeSena's farm in Vermont. And I remember my buddy dropped me off at that race, and his dog wouldn't even get out of the car because the ground was too cold. So it was 38 degrees below zero during the cold snap back east. This would have been like 7 years ago. And it's just 3 days of obstacle course racing.
38 below.
That's not wind chill. That's like on the thermometer, 38 degrees below zero. And that was probably the toughest just because of the thermal management combined with going out and doing obstacles for 3 days in a row. So that's up there.
And how many miles is that?
I have no clue. You're literally just doing random tasks and obstacles for 3 days. I mean, At one point we were in teams and dragging a canoe across a frozen lake and then, wayfinding and trekking to the top of a
So
mountain.
they just make stuff
We
up.
probably could. They just make stuff up. Yeah. Half of it, I think, began with someone, with Joe just wanting people to do yard chores at his farm and, chop wood and haul rocks up the mountain.
But the Ironman is standardized.
The Ironman is standardized. Yeah. 140.6 miles. So you swim 2.4, ride 112, and then run a marathon for dessert.
Yeah, my son did that in Texas last year. I went and watched him compete, which was really extraordinary.
Yeah, I mean, they're incredible events. I mean, what I tell people when it comes to those type of slightly masochistic events is they're great for climbing your own personal Mount Everest and building mental resilience, but don't fool yourself into thinking that they're actually a healthy sport, right? You reach there's the so-called Goldilocks zone of exercise where once you exceed about 75 minutes of vigorous physical intensity, and most people don't even do like a minute of vigorous physical intensity per week. So most people don't need to worry about that. Or 150 minutes of moderate intensity physical exercise per week. And this would be kind of like the marathoner triathlete-esque, swim, bike, run protocol. You tend to see increased risk for arterial stiffness or atherosclerosis. So part of that is probably due to the inflammation, the dehydration, some of the chronic repetitive stress on the joints. So Ironman is it's a great goal and a great obstacle, but probably not one of the healthiest ways to stay fit.
I was thinking about that because I saw there's now a woman who's the best long distance runner in the world for the sort of ultra long distance.
Yeah.
These 20-hour, 30-hour race. I think some of them are 50-hour races.
Yeah. And I mean,
And it sounds like it couldn't be good for you.
you know this. I mean, if you like Google image search marathoner versus a sprinter, typically the sprinter has the body that looks a little bit more functional and strong and, appears to be a little bit more resilient. And then if you even take me, like coming out of Ironman, when I shifted to Spartan racing, I mean, I couldn't carry a gravel bucket up a hill. I didn't know how to climb a rope. I could do like maybe 5 pull-ups. I didn't know how to do monkey bars. You didn't have the mobility to crawl under barbed wire. So for me, it was a wake-up call about the idea that, yeah, you could you could look good in spandex and have a big cardiovascular engine, but that doesn't necessarily translate to well-rounded physical health. Or physical fitness, I should say.
Let's talk about biohacking. I spent a day with Gary Brecka in Miami.
Fun.
At his crazy house.
Sorry, in the bathtub.
He's got everything in that place. It's like a hell spa.
Yes.
But his son was there, and his son had never run a marathon.
Yeah, Cole. Yeah.
And then I think he ran. I remember like 7 marathons in 7 days, or
seven in 7 days on 7 continents,
on 7 different
which is the
continents.
hardest part if you think about getting on an airplane after you race a marathon. Yeah.
And one of them was in Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
It was really cold. And then he went right up to Egypt, I think, and ran it in the Sahara. But he actually,
you have to have a dad who's a biohacker to pull that off. Yeah.
He was getting biohacked in the airplane the whole way with red lights and everything. And his father kind of did it as an experiment on him to see, because he had never trained for a marathon before.
Yeah.
I was impressed that he could pull that off.
Yeah. If you look at if you look at biohacking, I think that a lot of the benefits of it, if we're going to define biohacking as using science and technology and self-quantification to somehow get the body to do something more quickly or more efficiently than it might be able to do in its native state, that the majority of benefits actually do come from what you were just alluding to, being able to recover faster and being able to rest more deeply. I think when you get into the exercise side of biohacking, there's a lot of a lot of perceived shortcuts, right? Like, oh, I'm going to use this fancy machine and get the equivalent of a 3-hour run in a couple of minutes, or attach electrodes to the body with electrical muscle stimulation and build muscle with just a couple 20-minute workouts a week. And
does that stuff work?
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, you could certainly do better than if you were sedentary, but if we're talking about functional strength and resilience, mobility and athleticism, a lot of biohacking tools could maybe be icing on the cake, or something, let's say like electrical muscle stimulation, that you could do if you were injured and unable to move a joint otherwise, or to retrain a muscle that would traditionally be weak. Like, say, like the glutes or the inner quad muscle next to the knee, which is where a lot of knee pain originates in people when that's weak. But then if you look at the recovery side, that's where you tend to see a lot of benefit for longevity in sport and just longevity of the body in general. Everything from hyperbaric oxygen, meaning delivering oxygen into tissues so that you've got the ability to produce more ATP to recover more quickly, or even like a non-pressurized normal baric version of that, like exercising with oxygen therapy, or alternating between hypoxia and hyperoxia using a mask. That's a common exercise modality that can also be used for recovery. Another example would be red light, right? That's probably like the quintessential image that people get in their heads when they think of a biohacker, like laying in a red light bed, or, standing in front of a red light panel, or wearing a, red light hair growth helmet. And there's actually,
does that work?
Difficult to say. Like, I use one, and
you got great hair.
Yeah, thanks. It's the red light helmet. You could make a case that.
Are you bald when you started?
Exactly. Photonic excitation of the follicles or the mitochondria anywhere in the body could theoretically induce some kind of regenerative or growth potential.
Is there any science on
But one of my friends he's a cosmetic surgeon up in Spokane, and he treats a lot of baldness and receding hairlines. And if you really truly want to grow new hair right now, pretty much gold standard is you need a follicular transplant. And there's certain people that are kind of like experimenting with the idea of like a stamp or a derma roller or a microneedling pen, and then smearing some peptide like GHK copper peptide or some like hair growth stimulant on there combined with red light. But it's all pretty polyanecdotal right now when it comes to hair growth. But back to the red light, that would be an example of something that does actually have evidence for collagen and elastin stimulation, for mitochondrial stimulation, and for recovery. And then one other example would be something like PEMF. You ever use one of those MATs? It's pulsed electromagnetic field therapy is what PEMF stands for. And this is essentially concentrating typically like a 0 to 100 hertz signal onto the body to improve electron flow, which theoretically would improve metabolic waste in and out of a cell, to increase recovery or to address a muscle that's in like a cramped or a spasmed state. Now you look at all of those things, like those three examples I gave, which would be pretty common tools that would be called biohacking tools: oxygen, red light, and PEMF. And they could accelerate recovery. They might help out with performance a little bit. But I think that the message that more people need to hear is the idea that a lot of these originate from natural primal practices that most people could do for free in their own backyard. Oxygen, just breathing hard, getting on a bike, going for a run, doing breath work. You can actually, move a lot of CO2 and oxygen just with that alone, even just deep diaphragmatic breathing during the day, which a lot of people don't do. With PEMF, going outside barefoot, swimming in the ocean, walking on the beach, right? Every time lightning strikes the surface of the planet or solar radiation bombards Earth, it collects negative ions, and your skin is a transdermal surface that can actually conduct electricity into the body. So actually being outside barefoot is good for you. Swimming in the ocean, laying on your back in the backyard and stretching. You don't have to have a fancy PEMF mat for that. Or of course the biggest, most obvious one would be red light. I mean, you get full spectrum light from the sun. And
you get including the red light.
Now, of course, you have to balance that out with UVA and UVB radiation and protect your skin and not burn. But I mean, what I'm getting at is that before anybody goes out and buys like a home soft shell hyperbaric chamber, or Gary Brecka's super cool hard shell one that you can work out in, or uses a PEMF mat or a PEMF tool, or buys a fancy red light bed or red light panel. I mean, go outside, get sunlight, do some breath work, or difficult cardiovascular stimulus for the lungs. So there's a lot of low hanging fruit, is what I'm saying, before you get to biohacking. And I think the message more people need to hear is just like, move your body and go outside.
What about peptides?
That was certainly fit into the category of biohacking. So as you know, peptides are super popular right now. I think they're one of the most Googled search terms, recently surpassing pickleball. I use peptides. I've messed around with peptides since 2016, everything from, BPC 157 and TB 500 for injuries, or, thymosin alpha 1 for the immune system, or, things like SS31 or MOTS-C. They all have Star Wars R2D2 C3PO names, that are difficult to remember. But the idea with peptides is that they're very small chains of amino acids that can act with pretty good precision on specific cellular targets, specific cellular receptors. And they seem to work for a lot of people. I think they also need more research. I think that they're a very promising tool. I've used them successfully for a really long time, but I think
What do you mean successfully?
Like injecting a joint that I know would have taken a much longer time to repair if I hadn't used something like BPC 157 or TB 500, or being anxious just due to a high stress work day and using something like intranasal C-Link or injecting C-Link as an anxiolytic. Or even using something like CMAX for improving cognition or verbal fluency, but a lot of this is anecdotal. I think it would be nice.
Think you can see a result?
I know I can see a result with peptides. Absolutely, yeah. And of course, I'm not the only one talking about the success that they've had with peptides. I think there just needs to be more research and more structured research done on the safety and efficacy and protocols around peptides, whether that's like, probably be the root of something like IRBs or some type of scenario where a prescribing physician in a clinic would be able to actually use peptides, as something like a research study in a safe environment. I think that's a much better route than what's going on to a great extent right now, which is people hear about peptides and then they go and Google peptides and they find them on the gray market, sold for human research. And when you sell something for human research, you're not even allowed to give out prescribing information about it. So people are at home just like trying to figure out how to inject themselves with something safely, because there's very little oversight from a doctor about how to do it. And that's where you hear, the horror stories of somebody just like, getting some sepsis-like condition because they didn't even know they were supposed to use an alcohol swab on the rubber stopper or on their skin before they pulled something up into a syringe, or worse yet, getting something that has, no certificate of analysis and you don't know where it came from, and, you don't know the sterility procedure used to produce that peptide. So I think, production of peptides and, oversight, especially from some kind of a research avenue to figure out, what's working and what isn't, and what physician protocols would actually be good to use, is necessary in the peptide world, because it's a little bit of the wild, wild west right now. But I don't think they're bad. Just having subjectively used them for a long time.
I mean, you could make the same argument on the supplements.
Yeah.
None of those are tested in clinical trials.
Right. Exactly.
The FDA only has the authority to regulate drugs that claim a particular indication. And so as long as they don't claim an indication, they're supposed to be, if a doctor prescribes them, he's supposed to be able to do that without any clinical trials. And
I think a lot of doctors still need more education around peptides, though. I mean, a lot of doctors just aren't even familiar with the protocols or what they do, and so yeah, like it's just pretty. They're considered to be just kind of like dark and scary and unknown for a lot of doctors. So I think
and stem cells.
I've done stem cells. I kind of very similar to like the biohacking idea from a regenerative standpoint. I've had a lot of good results. For example, from all the crazy masochistic Iron Man stuff, I had full on arthritis in my left knee, and rather than opting for a knee replacement, this was like 7 years ago, super swollen left knee. I couldn't squat, couldn't play tennis, couldn't play pickleball. I wound up getting what's called an intraosseous needling procedure, where doctor essentially like drilled holes, almost like aerating a lawn on the two articulating surfaces in the knee joint, and then filled that with stem cells as like a cartilage regeneration protocol. And my knees are great now. And that's what turned the corner for me. I've also done, stem cell infusions and stem cell injections in other joints. And, again, I think that it's a pretty nuanced discussion because there's a lot of different forms of stem cells. There are many international clinics where I know people have gotten hurt from a procedure or been infected from a procedure. And they're still like growing multiple generations of stem cell lines at many of those clinics, which increases the carcinogenicity of a stem cell population, every time that you regrow or re-expand a stem cell line. So I think you need to know where you're getting your stem cells and who's administering them. But I think they hold a lot of promise, particularly for joint regeneration and potentially for organ regeneration.
Anything outside of those categories?
Outside of stem cells, peptides, and supplements, from a biohacking standpoint, I think the idea, if we want to look at it from maybe like a central nervous system, vagus nerve, anxiolytic standpoint, there's a lot in the category of brainwave entrainment or relaxation, or even downregulation of the default mode network, the type of things that people would often look for or look to opioids, muscle relaxants, diazepams, or even from a default mode network, plant medicines to achieve from a mental standpoint, that you can stimulate with technology. Like if you look at the vagus nerve, for example, I don't know if you wear a device or measure your heart rate variability or recovery or anything like that, but HRV is a commonly measured metric for recovery. It's the delta between each heartbeat. So the idea is that if you have a lot of variation in between each beat of your heart, you have high heart rate variability. And if it's very, very mild or low beat to beat variation, you have low heart rate variability. And high HRV is an indicator that the sympathetic and parasympathetic branches of your nervous system are communicating well with the sinoatrial nodes of your heart, like basically with your cardiac pacemaker cells. And if that occurs, that's a good sign that you're recovered. And if you're very stressed and you're engaging in shallow breathing throughout the day, and you're just basically living in the anxious state that a lot of Americans live in every day, you would tend to see low heart rate variability. And the general recommendation from a non-biohacking standpoint would be breath work, yoga, working on your relationships, getting a good night of sleep, de-stressing, not working too hard. And those are all great. And then if you delve into the world of something like biohacking, You have, for example, the ability to use electronic vagal nerve stimulation, meaning like electrodes directly over kind of like the auricular branch of the vagus nerve, slightly behind the ear, to be able to induce relaxation or high HRV by directly stimulating that. Cold water face dunks or cold baths or cold soaks, which kind of fit into the biohacking category. Those would also be something that would stimulate the vagus nerve. You can even use light. There are machines that will use light spectrum very similar to what you'd get from a red light bed or red light panel, but they're directly over either side of the neck. That's one example. Another example would be light sound stimulation. And also haptic stimulation. There is a chair that's very common for someone with PTSD, someone with low HRV, or someone who just basically has difficulty turning their brain off. Is basically like a gravity chair that's lined with vibration.
I've seen those.
Yeah, and you
wear
a
earphones.
fly mask, you wear earphones. I have one next to my office, in the room next to my office, and you sit in that thing, and it just, even in a racing brain or somebody who's just like, hard charging, high achieving, can't turn things off, you sit in that thing and you just relax. There's a little ankle band that I travel with that does something very similar. You lay in bed and it kind of vibrates the body into this relaxed state that a lot of people would normally rely on, like, a glass of wine or a Valium to achieve. And this is just using technology without any biochemical payback. The final example would be using light and sound. So this is down to like the default mode network piece. Like, a lot of people will shift the brain into a more malleable state, or increase neuroplasticity, or decrease beta brain waves and increase something like focused alpha brain waves or creative theta brain waves using, in many cases, it'll be like psilocybin, LSD, plant medicines, a lot of these things that might work for those conditions, but that also require, hefty amount of time off work, or, you're not going to do that at noon and be back at work, at 1 p.m. after lunch break. You can use light and sound to shift the body into a very similar state. It's a lamp that you lay underneath that flashes light, almost like a strobe light. And you've got your eyes closed, but it's shifting your body into that same state. There are head-worn devices like the brain tap or the visor, and these would be more like travel friendly versions of almost like these goggles that you wear, that people will sit up from and say they feel like they've done something like a psilocybin journey without actually doing that. But more important than anything psychedelic or entheogenic is the idea that it shifts the brain. Like, you feel more relaxed, you feel more creative, you feel more neuroplastic, depending on the reason that you've actually done a session like that. So, long answer to your question, but I would say another category would be just the use of technology instead of drugs to induce a certain mental state.
And have you used that stuff successfully?
Yeah. And they don't work better if you combine them with drugs. I know people who have tried.
How about the cold plunges?
Cold plunges, well,
they build character.
Yeah, they build character. So cold plunges get a bad rap, I think, mostly by people who don't like to be cold. And very similar to what we were talking about with heat, right? Heat shock protein and erythropoietin and cardiovascular blood flow. You see a multitude of benefits that occur from thermal stress in general. And there's obviously two sides of the coin when it comes to thermal stress: heat and cold. And with cold, you see some different mechanisms. You see an acute and immediate vasoconstrictive response as the body goes into like this sympathetic stressed out mode, followed by this vasodilatory rush. Anybody who's gotten out of like a cold plunge or a cold shower, your skin kind of looks a little lobster red afterwards. And the reason is that rebound vasodilatory blood flow that occurs. It's actually good for cardiovascular health. I wear a continuous blood glucose monitor, and a lot of people are familiar with the type of things that would keep blood glucose stabilized: going for a walk before and after a meal, lifting weights or maintaining muscle, which acts as kind of like a sink for extra glucose. Even certain herbs or drugs like berberine as an herb or metformin as a drug. All of these can impact your blood glucose variability. But one thing that surprised me when I started wearing a CGM, a continuous glucose monitor, is how effective cold is at stabilizing blood glucose. It seems to have a pretty profound insulin sensitizing effect. And that could be like a cold shower before you're going to go out to a steakhouse at night and punish some of the bread bowl. It could be a morning cold plunge after a sauna session, but the glucose stabilizing effect of cold is one interesting factor that a lot of people don't think about. Another one, and this is especially interesting when you look at the fact that now we're blessed to live in this post-industrial modern era where we live and drive and sleep and work in temperature controlled boxes, right? It's 90 some degrees in DC right now, and we're at a comfortable 68 or whatever in here. But from a resilient standpoint, the idea of being constantly comfortable, that doesn't necessarily do the body any metabolic favors. So when you're in the cold, you see a shift of metabolically inactive white adipose tissue to metabolically active brown fat. Some influencers will blow this way out of proportion and say, well, you're going to, burn an entire cheesecake in the cold plunge. And that's not true. You do see a slight increase in metabolic rate and a slight improvement in blood glucose stability that lends itself to better metabolic health. The pushback by a lot of people as well as stressful. It's like, sending your body into battle every morning if you're going to go jump in a cold plunge. And furthermore, the second thing people say is, well, it blunts the body's response to your workout, right? If you get in a cold plunge or you get cold after a workout, you will see less mitochondrial proliferation and you'll see less building of satellite cells, which help to grow new muscle. That claim is true, and so is the claim about it being excessively stressful. But for the claim about cold being excessively stressful, what you actually see in long-term studies on cold is for about the first 4 weeks, you get a cortisol response and your body gets very sympathetic. And then over time, you develop the ability to have lower cortisol throughout the day and better nervous system resilience, meaning back to that HRV thing that I mentioned, if you have a regular cold practice. And then with the don't get cold after a workout, bro thing that people say, yes, that's true. And if you look at the actual studies that put people in cold water or in a cold room after a workout, they're leaving them in there for like 10 to 20 minutes. And you're seeing like a muscle temperature drop of 1 degree or more Celsius. That's inducing that blunting of the natural stress response that you'd normally want the body to have after workout. I don't know a lot of people who are going into a cold plunge for like 10 to 20 minutes after a workout. So the idea of just like cooling off the body for 2 or 3 minutes by taking a quick cold shower, or even just like waiting until later in the day after your workout and doing a cold plunge after an afternoon sauna or something like that is fine. And I'm a huge fan of cold plunging. And I live in Idaho, so I have to be a fan of the cold anyway. So.
And what do you think about all the fascination that we're seeing now with longevity?
It's interesting. There's like there's almost like this near transhumanistic obsession with grasping at immortality, right? So, how much more can you do in your elaborate 5-hour morning routine to get just a few extra, weeks or months or years of life? And some of it's a little bit ironic because, and I'm sure people like this, it seems like all those extra years that people are trying to get are spent, in a hyperbaric chamber, huddled up cold and hungry and libidoless, inside some kind of a HVAC pod. And it's kind of ridiculous if you step back and look at it that way, because Lord of the Rings, right? Gollum lived a really long time. Wasn't necessarily the happiest, most fulfilled character in that book, but he had the longevity game nailed down pretty good. I think that rather than myopically focusing on living as long as possible, which can be a relatively unfulfilling pursuit at the end of the day, we should be focusing at putting more health into the years that we do have. I don't know how long, I'm programmed to live, if we want to look at things from a genetic standpoint. I think I could certainly live a little bit longer using some of the natural and the scientific protocols that we've been talking about. But more importantly, I want to be able to, throw a football around the backyard with my grandkids and climb a mountain and, hang out and go on vacations with my wife and just be robust and vital and fit for as long as possible, as close as possible to the day that I die. And considering that the longest lived human being on record, I think, is like 117 years old, to claim that somehow in like the next decade we're going to get that to like 130 or 140 or 150 or 180 is, I think, a little bit ridiculous. And we should be focusing more on just remaining reasonably vital without it becoming a selfish pursuit, and B, filling our lives with those things that are also just as much, if not more fulfilling than the pursuit of longevity. Staying out past your bedtime with the family and, spending more time with loved ones and building relationships and throwing family dinners and doing all the things that we know. I mean, even based on like Harvard's longest running study on longevity, trump all of the PMF and the oxygen and peptides and the stem cells and the red light. And that's the amount of and the quality of love and relationships in your life. So, I'm not opposed to living healthy, but I do think that some people kind of like take it too far.
So you're not going to move in with Brian Johnson?
I mean, if he invited me, I'd probably go for a few days just to see what it was like. Yeah. I'd probably head home to Idaho pretty quick.
Ben, thank you very, very much.
Thanks for having me on. It's a pleasure.
Really good fun. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. I'm here in Elk Mound, Wisconsin at the Gilbertson Farm, which has 600 cows. And it is a fifth-generation farm that was established in 1875 by this family. I wanted to come here today to Wisconsin to celebrate the Dairy Month, which is June, and also to celebrate President Trump's signing of the Whole Milk for Healthy Children's Act, which will bring whole milk back into our schools.
I'm Captain Gilbertson, Gilbertson Farms. It was an honor to host Secretary Kennedy and Congressman Van Orn today. I appreciate this administration highlighting the importance of dairy and the nutrition program for kids and the human diet. And I once again thank them for visiting today.
One of the things that this visit brought home to me is the importance of generational investment, not only in perfecting their herd, but in tractors and trucks, and these very, very sophisticated robotics that are used to milk these cows and to measure their health, all based upon AI. And those investments have been made over 5 generations. There's no way a new farmer could come in and make those investments, which is the only way to make the farm profitable.
In the state of Wisconsin, dairy is not just an industry. It's our culture. It's who we are as a people. Eat real food. Dairy is real food. As the secretary said, it's cost prohibitive to start a dairy now. That's why the Trump administration has made so many incredible financial investments into the existing farms and also helping getting newer farmers into the agriculture industry. It's critically important.
And so we have to save the old farms, because once we lose them, they're not coming back.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS secretary. I'm joined by my friend and colleague, Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. And Brooke and I want to start by thanking Laura Trump for her extraordinary leadership on this issue. Today, we're highlighting a major win for animal welfare. Ridgeland Farms, a dog breeding facility that supplied animals for research, will transfer its remaining 475 beagles to a large, cage-free, no-kill dog rescue. Most of those dogs will leave the facility immediately and begin the path toward adoption and permanent homes. We are committed to humane animal care and to replacing animal testing with effective alternatives wherever possible. And we're turning that commitment into lasting change. Today, we're also announcing the creation of OREVA, a new NIH office that will accelerate the development and use of humane-based research technologies and help reduce reliance on animal testing across all of NIH.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. This is such welcome news. As USDA had taken action to hold Ridgeland Farms accountable with federal requirements for humane animal care. We conducted inspections, we investigated conditions at the facility, and we put the operation on notice about inbound accountability. Prior to today's announcement, USDA informed the facility that if it fails to voluntarily cancel its Federal Animal Welfare Act Class A breeder license by July 1st, we will begin termination proceedings. And our work, in addition to groups similarly seeking accountability, has paid off. Accountability matters, animal welfare matters, and enforcement matters. Earlier this year, USDA published a request for information on standards of care for dogs covered under the Animal Welfare Act to ensure that we are aware of the best available science and the latest evidence in animal welfare. And we will continue to use every tool available to ensure that animals receive humane treatment in this country. This is what responsible government looks like. Agencies working together and protecting animal welfare.
Thank you to everyone who helped make this happen. But our work isn't finished. We're going to continue fighting to improve animal welfare, expand humane alternatives to animal testing, and hold institutions accountable. Thank you.
Produced by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.